Chapter 670. Jean Rushiwe and the others laughed. After that, Xiao Yang returned the rest of the cultivation resources to Jean Rushiwe and the others. He knew that these were all of Jean Rushiwe and the others' wealth. He promised, "I lost a few treasures during the battle. After I finish my mission, I'll return them to you." Brother Bai is really generous. However, those treasures are nothing. If you lose them, then lose them. Jean Rushiwe and the others comforted him and then turned to leave. They came here mainly to watch Xiao Yang's battle. Although Xiao Yang was not ranked, he was still an outer disciple and fulfilled their initial expectations. Naturally, they had to go back and make arrangements. Xiao Yang respectfully sent them off. After watching them leave, he waited at the same spot and watched the battles of Pang Dashin, Baldi Fong, Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, and Pang Dewan. It had to be said that Little Monkey was really funny. Xiao Yang could not help but laugh when he saw a martial ancestor appear on the high platform where Little Monkey was. Little Monkey was so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately ran off the high platform and shouted, "I admit defeat." He fled faster than anyone else. Even his opponents and many spectators were at a loss. Then, everyone laughed as if this Little Monkey was a joke. Even No Flower curled his lips and was speechless. However, Little Monkey could not be blamed for being spineless. After all, Little Monkey was only a rank 2 martial master. Naturally, he could not be compared to a martial ancestor. Anyway, Little Monkey did not care. If he lost, he lost. What was the big deal? He was still young and would definitely have a chance to rise in the future. Being able to become an outer disciple was already a gain. As for the ranking competition, it was not necessary. Humans had fewer desires and lower expectations. Only then would it be easier to be satisfied and happy. Little Monkey, you're not bad. You were faster than me. At least I fought for a bit. Xiao Yang waved at Little Monkey with a smile on his face. Looking at the surrounding people, they all avoided Little Monkey. They were ashamed of being in his presence. Little Monkey saw Xiao Yang, and his face was filled with excitement. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Compared to Xiao Yang's call, one was cold and the other was warm. The choice was self-evident. Brother White. He greeted Xiao Yang warmly with a fawning expression. Well, as long as you're fine, the rest is not important. Xiao Yang quickly comforted her. After all, he had admitted defeat and escaped. With the Little Monkey at the bottom to be mocked, there would be fewer people mocking him. They began to watch other people's matches. Several of their companions immediately surrendered and left the stage in a sorry state. Baldi Fong, Pang Pang Shan, and Pang Pang, one didn't even have the courage to make a move. When they saw a powerful opponent, they immediately ran down. Brother White, Little Monkey, how are you guys so fast? Baldi Fong said with a smile. He thought that admitting defeat was shameful enough. But look at Xiao Yang and Little Monkey. They admitted defeat even faster. They didn't seem to feel embarrassed at all. Pang Dashin and Pang Dewan felt much better. Let's go. In order to celebrate us becoming outer sect disciples, let's have a meal first. What do you think? Xiao Yang didn't care about a title like that. Being able to become an outer sect disciple meant that he had completed a step in his plan and was closer to his goal. All right, let's go. I know a good restaurant, haha. Little Monkey shouted excitedly. Although he was only a second-rank martial master, he was still an outer sect disciple. He was the happiest person here. Which one of the people here didn't have a higher cultivation than him? Xiao Yang's group left excitedly. Wu Hua stared at Xiao Yang's back many times before giving up helplessly. Xiao Yang's performance was flawless, and he couldn't see any flaws. But then again, Xiao Yang was a noble existence in the poison sect, who ate and drank well. He had many followers wherever he went, so why would he come here to work as a servant? Wu Hua put this matter aside for now. At the restaurant. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang's group ate and drank to their heart's content. After a full meal, they began to ask the others where they were going. Outer sect disciples had a choice. The Sky Sect also had 10 great halls, so it was up to them to choose. After eating and drinking to their heart's content and talking about life's ideals, they all left. Xiao Yang returned to his small courtyard and stared blankly at the incomplete formation. After a long time he sighed and told himself to take it slow and not rush. He paced back and forth, wondering how his mistress was doing these past few days. After some thought, he decided to go to Qiu Fenghuang's place. Although he had won the competition to become an outer sect disciple, the sect's award ceremony hadn't begun yet. His current job was still Qiu Fenghuang's servant. Once he arrived at Qiu Fenghuang's entrance, he easily entered and went straight to the janitor's office. He knew that the award ceremony would begin soon. When the time came, he probably wouldn't be able to come to Qiu Fenghuang, at least not openly. He released his divine sense and scanned the surrounding environment. He noticed that there were only 3 to 5 janitors left. These janitors were all eliminated from the competition and were currently cleaning up. On the other hand, there were many people in the laundry yard, 1/3 of the usual number. He guessed that 1/3 of the janitors were also failures. His mistress, Ling Long, was in the laundry yard. In fact, if Ling Long were to participate in the competition, she would even be a pavilion master and an elder, let alone an outer sect disciple. Unfortunately, a hostage was still a hostage and was not allowed to participate. At this moment, Ling Long was washing clothes by the lake. Even though she had recovered her terrifying cultivation of a martial Grandmaster 9th level, she couldn't act recklessly. She was still enduring. Around her, many female janitors began to leave, leaving her alone. She stared blankly at the lake. Xiao Yang used Qiu Fenghuang's formation and instantly teleported. In the next moment, he appeared behind his mistress. Ling Long 90% of Qiu Fenghuang's formation was under Xiao Yang's control. It wasn't difficult for him to control Qiu Fenghuang's magic treasure. Disciple greets mistress. Xiao Yang hurriedly bowed and greeted Ling Long. Last time, due to time constraints, he didn't bow and only asked Ling Long to prepare. Therefore, when Xiao Yang appeared this time, Ling Long wasn't surprised. Instead, her face was filled with joy. "Disciple Xiao, you're here?" Ling Long abruptly turned around, her delicate face filled with joy. Her limpid eyes excitedly looked at Xiao Yang. Good. Disciple, it's good that you're all right. I heard that you were participating in the janitor's competition. I was worried to death." Ling Long spoke excitedly. She even walked over to Xiao Yang and checked on Xiao Yang's condition. This made Xiao Yang sweat. At the same time, his heart was moved. He quickly said, "Mistress, don't worry. Disciple is fine. Give Disciple a little more time and Disciple will definitely bring Mistress back to the poison sect." Chapter 671. Although he acknowledged that Xiao Yang had some ability, he didn't think that Xiao Yang knew any powerful senior brothers. Otherwise, why would he come here to do odd jobs? Xiao Yang shook his head. He naturally knew that Pang Dashan had good intentions. "Just you wait, little thief, bye. I'll call them over for you to see." "Humph." Xiao Yang snorted proudly and pretended to be nonchalant. He went through the list in his mind and thought about who he should call for help. He blinked his eyes and probed. "Little thief Lu, no matter what, we're all odd job disciples. Even if you don't give me face, you should at least give Little Monkey and Senior Brother Zhang some face, right?" Little Monkey was a smart person. He probably had a special relationship with Supervisor Zhang. Supervisor Zhang was one of the higher-ups in the odd job department. He should be able to make Little Thief Lu fear him. Pang Dashan could tell that Xiao Yang had some relationship with Supervisor Zhang. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Yang in a new light. He had been here for a long time, but he had only seen Supervisor Zhang a few times. Even if he saw him, he was just a passerby. However, Little Thief Lu wasn't an ordinary odd job disciple. Even if Xiao Yang brought up Supervisor Zhang, he still didn't care. "Hee by Xiaochun, right? Is that all you can do? Let me tell you, Supervisor Zhang is my cousin. Tell me, will he help you or help me? If that's all you've got, I advise you to quickly hand over the contract and your share. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even know how you died." Little thief Lu originally thought that Xiao Yang knew a powerful person. He didn't expect that it was just Supervisor Zhang. He let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but roar at Xiao Yang. He was really scared just now. Pang Dashin's heart suddenly turned to ashes. He originally thought that by relying on Xiao Yang's relationship with Supervisor Zhang, he would be able to make little thief Lu fear him. However, he didn't expect that Supervisor Zhang was actually little thief Lu's cousin. There was nothing more dramatic than this. He felt that this was his doomsday. He had even implicated Xiao Yang. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Thief Lu would have such a relationship with Supervisor Zhang. No wonder Thief Lu, a mere odd job disciple, dared to be so arrogant and bully other odd job disciples. He was arrogant, despotic, and overbearing. Helpless, Xiao Yang coughed and snorted coldly. "Little Thief Lu, you know Senior Brother Yao Chen, right? Let me tell you, it was Senior Brother Yao Chen who brought me here and ordered me to work here. Do you want me to ask Senior Brother Yao Chen to come and see you?" Xiao Yang remembered very clearly that even if Supervisor Zhang saw Yao Chen, he would have to respectfully call him Senior Brother. The reason why Yao Chen was willing to let Supervisor Zhang call him Senior Brother was to give Supervisor Zhang face. Otherwise, how would a janitor dare to call an outer court disciple brother? Thief Lu involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he heard Yao Chen's name. Clearly, he knew who Yao Chen was. His eyes darted around with a suspicious expression. Obviously, he didn't quite believe it. Xiao Yang snorted and became even more arrogant. He raised his head and looked very proud as if he had Thief Lu under control. Previously, he gave Yao Chen medicinal herbs. Yao Chen remembered Xiao Yang's kindness and even left him a communication tool. This was the perfect time to use it. He stretched out his hand and took out a communication talisman from his storage ring. He spread it out and let Thief Lu have a good look. He said, "This is the talisman that Senior Brother Yao Chen left for me. There is Senior Brother Yao Chen's personal imprint on it. Take a good look." He waved his hand and threw the talisman in his hand in front of Thief Lu. He continued proudly, "You have to think carefully whether you want me to inform Senior Brother Yao Chen to come over. Senior Brother Yao Chen is currently refining pills. Once you disturb him, even if you have 10 heads, they won't be enough for him to chop off." Thief Lu immediately panicked. To be honest, the talisman that Xiao Yang gave him was too advanced. He only knew half of it. As for the imprint left by Yao Chen, he couldn't tell where it was at all. However, looking at Xiao Yang's serious look, he was really a little frightened. At this moment, Pang Huashan also spoke and exclaimed, "I remember now. Just yesterday, Senior Brother Yao Chen personally brought Brother by here, but he didn't say anything else. Because he wanted to say that Yao Chen didn't leave any communication tool for Xiao Yang at all. If he really told the truth, Thief Lu would definitely fly into a rage. By then, everyone would have a hard time and suffer a lot. Even the most honest person would understand this logic. Thief Lu completely believed him. Even if Xiao Yang could lie and act, Pang Huashan definitely wouldn't. "Humph, I'll believe you for now." Thief Lu snorted coldly and threw the talisman back to Xiao Yang unwillingly. Then he turned around and left coldly. After watching him walk away, Pang Huanshan let out a deep breath. He finally managed to keep his life, and it was all thanks to Xiao Yang. "Senior Brother Bai, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by him. You saved my life twice. I simply can't repay you." Pang Huashan knelt on the ground again and expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yang. "All right, Brother Pang, I've already said that we're friends. You don't have to do this. Get up and quickly plant the herbs." Xiao Yang chuckled and comforted him. Pang Huashan blinked and looked curiously at the talisman in Xiao Yang's hand. He asked honestly, "Brother Bai, did Senior Brother Yao Chen really give you this talisman?" I clearly remember. Sho, Xiao Yang gestured for him to keep quiet. As the saying goes, don't say it out loud. Brother Pang, you know. Xiao Yang chuckled. Although Pang Huashan was simple and honest, he was not stupid. After Xiao Yang's reminder, he immediately understood. Oh, I understand, haha. He was extremely excited. Because thief Lu had been deceived by them, it was equivalent to falling into their hands. Xiao Yang went to take care of his spiritual field, while Pang Huashan was busy planting. After all, the spiritual field had been improved. After a busy day, the sun was setting in the west, and a faint afterglow shone down. With a smile, Pang Huashan jogged to Xiao Yang's side and said fawningly, Brother Bai, today's work is done. Why don't you come to my place, and I'll treat you to a meal? Xiao Yang had been thinking about this for a long time, but he didn't want to be too impulsive. He was reserved for a moment and tactfully refused. He put on airs and said, It's not very convenient. Pang Huashan invited him again. Brother Bai, what's wrong with this? We're already friends. I know your character, and I believe in you. I also have an elder brother, who is also a righteous person. I'll introduce you to him. You'll definitely be birds of a feather. Chapter 672. Xiao Yang chuckled and said, Brother Pang, it's rare that you're so kind. If I refuse, I won't be giving you face. All right, let's eat to our heart's content. Pang Dashan was very excited because he finally managed to invite Xiao Yang. 4 odd job disciples like them, they almost treated the sect as their own home. Odd job disciples also had their own residences, and Pang Dashan was currently staying with his big brother. On a desolate mountain, there were a few small courtyards, and Pang Dashan's residence was the leftmost one. Brother Bai, this way please. It's the courtyard in front. Pang Dashan invited Xiao Yang warmly. He was even happy that he had such a small courtyard. Although they were all odd job disciples, there were different ranks among them. For those who had been here for many years and had some experience, their residences were naturally more spacious and comfortable. On the other hand, new odd job disciples like Xiao Yang only had a simple and shabby small wooden house. Regarding this, Xiao Yang only curled his lips and did not say anything. The two of them walked in tandem. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, which was closed. Brother Bai, it looks like my big brother isn't back yet. I'll open the door now. Please wait for a while. Pang Dashan explained to Xiao Yang with a smile. Xiao Yang only smiled and did not take it to heart. When the door was opened and the two of them were about to enter, a loud shout was heard from a short distance away. Pang Dashan, I have something to ask you. Do you dare to come and meet me? Judging from the tone, the visitor must have come with ill intentions. Pang Dashan's face was rather unsightly. He wanted to maintain a good impression in front of Xiao Yang, but it was a pity that people kept finding fault with him. He chuckled awkwardly at Xiao Yang and said, I think the visitor has something to ask me. I'll go and take a look. Brother Bai, please wait here for a while. Seeing as Xiao Yang nodded, Pang Dashan sighed and frowned. Then he slowly walked forward. When he got closer, he could clearly see that the person in front of him was also a servant disciple. He could not help but feel a little puzzled. He could only cup his fists and salute. Senior brother, may I know what instructions you have for me? If I can do it, I will definitely do my best to help. Great thief, Lu's lips curled up and he laughed coldly. His face was filled with arrogance. He thought that Pang Dashan was afraid of him, so he became even more arrogant. He sneered at Pang Dashan. Pang Dashan, I came to find you because you can help me. As long as you agree, it's a very simple matter. This made Pang Dashan even more puzzled. He could only continue to ask, May I know what this senior brother is talking about? What else could it be? Of course, it's about the jurisdiction of the spiritual farm in your hands. Since you can't handle it well, why don't you let me manage it? Thief Lu said matter-of-factly, his expression insufferably arrogant. In fact, the reason why he came to find trouble with Pang Dashan was because he wanted to help Thief Lu vent his anger. Moreover, They were all in cahoots with Supervisor Zhang, so they should cover up for each other. However, he did not intend to reveal his relationship with Thief Liu, lest they use Yao Chen's name to deal with him. According to Supervisor Zhang, they would take turns to fight Pang Dashin and see how many times Pang Dashin could take. Even if Pang Dashin had a backer, he could not ask for help multiple times. This way, Pang Dashin would be crushed by them sooner or later, and the spiritual farm would be in their hands. Pang Dashin's expression was a little ugly. He had just chased away one of them, and now there was another. No matter what, he could not hand over the spiritual farm in his hands because it was his source of income. Senior brother, please forgive me. That spiritual farm is my lifeblood. Naturally, I can't hand it over. I can't help you with this matter, so I won't see you off. You can leave, Pang Dashin said coldly. Even a fool could sense that Pang Dashin was not friendly. Humph, Thief Liu snorted coldly. His mocking smile turned into a cold face. His temperament was cold as he glared at Pang Dashin and threatened. Pang Dashin, you'd better think it over. Let me tell you, if you offend me, you will not have a good ending. I, Pang Dashin, am not a person who will die for greed. I am standing right here. Come and kill me if you can. Pang Dashin roared angrily. His expression was filled with grief and indignation. You are unreasonable. Then I will teach you a lesson. Big Thief Liu's face darkened as he let out a roar. Then he burst forth with his own cultivation base. Taking a few steps forward, he quickly arrived in front of Big Mountain and directly attacked him. Pang Dashin was not his opponent at all. He could only raise his hand to block the attack. As a result, Pang Dashin was sent flying with one punch. He flew toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang quickly reached out and caught Pang Dashin. Brother Pang, are you all right? Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and asked with concern. Pang Dashin still had lingering fear. Fortunately, he was caught. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to the ground and injured. Thank you, Brother Bai. That person is rude and unreasonable. Let's ignore him. Let's go into the courtyard. He quickly pulled Xiaoyang into the courtyard. However, Thief Liu soon caught up. He sneered and said disdainfully, You want to leave? There is no one at the door. He casually took out a Dharma treasure. The Dharma treasure shone brightly and suddenly expanded. It turned into a 10-foot rock and fell at the entrance of the courtyard with a loud bang, sealing the entrance. Pang Dashin could not go back even if he had a home. Damn you, thief, I will kill you. Pang Dashin felt sullen and could not control his anger. He directly rushed towards Thief Liu. Even though he knew he was not Thief Liu's opponent, he still did not hesitate. He was only a level 2 or level 3 martial master. His opponent was 2 or 3 levels higher than him. When he rushed in front of Thief Liu, he saw Thief Liu laughing sinisterly. He released all of his cultivation and prepared to use a ruthless move. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. As Thief Liu's words fell, a tyrannical shockwave erupted from his body and swept towards Pang Dashin. Pang Dashin was completely defeated just by relying on the suppression of his cultivation. When he rushed forward, he felt as if he had been hit by a majestic and ferocious mountain. His body trembled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Then, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his body flew back to Xiaoyang's side. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and curled his lips. He sighed and helplessly reached out to catch Pang Dashin. At the same time, he took out some low-level healing pills and fed them to Pang Dashin. It was not that Xiaoyang was reluctant to use high-level healing pills, but he did not dare to take them out. Chapter 673. One had to know that this was the Sky Sect, the place where the 3 supremacies stood guard. If he revealed even the slightest clue, it was very likely that the other party would notice. Thus, for safety's sake, Xiaoyang played the role of a servant disciple and only took out low-level healing pills. Brother Pang, are you all right? Xiaoyang asked with a frown, pretending to be concerned. Actually, anyone could tell that his injuries weren't light. However, Pang Shan didn't want Xiaoyang to worry about him, so he forced himself to say, I'm fine, cough, cough. He couldn't even speak properly and started coughing violently as soon as he spoke. Sigh. Xiaoyang sighed inwardly. Actually, with Xiaoyang's terrifying cultivation of a 7th-level martial ancestor realm, he could kill Thief Lu with a single glance. The problem was that this wasn't the poison sect. He had a mission to complete and couldn't act recklessly, lest his efforts go to waste. Senior brother, it's best if you don't go too far. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences of your own actions. Xiaoyang knew that he had to step up. Otherwise, Pang Shan would definitely be killed. Right now, he still needed to rely on Pang Shan, so he couldn't let him die. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I, Thief Lu, am not to be trifled with. I advise you to stay out of this matter as it doesn't concern you. Otherwise, your end will be 100 times more miserable. Thief Lu couldn't help but threaten Xiaoyang when he saw that he was about to step up. Then he sneered. In his opinion, if he could take care of Pang Shan, then who was this Xiaoyang? He was a piece of trash that could be easily crushed. Senior brother, aren't you going too far? Let me tell you, I, by Xiaochun, am a righteous person. Brother Pang is my good friend, so I naturally can't just watch you hurt him. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get through me first. Xiaoyang spoke with a righteous spirit. When Pang Dashan saw this, he couldn't help but feel moved. At the same time, he also felt a bit guilty. It was because Xiaoyang had helped him a lot. He didn't expect that this time he would get Xiaoyang involved. He felt sorry for this friend of his. I just want the jurisdiction over the spiritual fields in Pang Dashan's hands. What are you doing here? If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude. After Thief Lu roared angrily, he didn't care anymore. He directly used a martial skill and attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang snorted lightly, revealing a fearless expression as he brazenly exchanged blows with his opponent. This time, Xiaoyang's cultivation was only at rank 3 Martial Master, the same as Pang Danshan's. However, in terms of combat experience, martial skills, and knowledge, Xiaoyang was much better. Although he couldn't use many martial skills, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with Lu Defei? The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds, back and forth. Even though Lu Defei's cultivation was 3 ranks higher, he still couldn't take down Xiaoyang. This was because Xiaoyang's movements were very nimble, and he was very particular about his positioning. He was like a lively monkey. No matter how hard Lu Defei tried, he couldn't hurt Xiaoyang in the slightest. On the contrary, Xiaoyang would counterattack from time to time. Every time he counterattacked, he would take advantage of Lu Defei's flaws and attack them. This made Lu Defei feel very sullen and constrained. Bastard, if you have the guts, fight me head-on. What's the point of hiding and sneaking around like this? After the two of them separated, Lu Defei couldn't help but curse at Xiaoyang. Pang Danshan, who was watching from the side, was already dumbfounded. F***CK. How could this Xiaoyang be so awesome, so powerful? They're both rank 3 Martial Masters, but why is the gap between them so big? His face was filled with disbelief. He looked at Xiaoyang as if he was looking at a ghost. Brother Pang, are you feeling better? Let's work together and take him down. Before Pang Danshan could continue to be shocked, Xiaoyang shouted at him. Although Xiaoyang could defeat Lu Defei alone, if he did it too obviously, it would attract the attention of others. This wasn't what Xiaoyang wanted, so it was better to keep a low profile. Okay. Hearing Xiaoyang's shout, Pang Dashan immediately recovered from his shock. Then he unleashed his cultivation base and charged forward. One had to know that Xiaoyang had done too much for him. He couldn't always rely on Xiaoyang, right? With the two of them working together, the originally evenly matched situation was immediately broken. The previously arrogant and despotic Lu Defei was now suffering losses everywhere. Every time he wanted to deal with Pang Danshan, Xiaoyang seemed to see through his intentions and immediately attacked his flaws. Therefore, Lu Defei could only give up on attacking Pang Danshan. After fighting for dozens of rounds like this, Great Thief Lu's cheeks were slapped a few times, and he felt a burning pain. He knew that he couldn't continue fighting, so he simply used his terrifying cultivation to forcefully shake off the attacks, and then used his movement technique to quickly leave this place. Even though he was already far away, he didn't forget to leave behind a ruthless remark. "You two just wait, I'll show you later." "Who?" Xiaoyang took a deep breath and pretended to be very tired. He gasped for breath and bent over with his hands on his knees. "How was it? Brother Pang, that guy left, right?" Xiaoyang asked knowingly. Pang Danshan grinned and said, "Brother Bai, you're really strong. You can actually fight someone above your level. I can't do that. That bastard left, but he definitely won't let this go. We have to be careful in the future. Come on, let's go into the courtyard. This time, it's all thanks to you, Brother Bai. Otherwise, I don't know if I can see the sun tomorrow." Pang Danshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and invited Xiaoyang into the courtyard while leading Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sat down in the living room, and Pang Danshan immediately served him the best tea. "Brother Bai, I still have some spirit meat here. Wait a moment, I'll go to the kitchen to get it," Pang Huishan said to Xiaoyang as he poured the tea. Then, he ran to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. Xiaoyang just chuckled and said a few polite words. Then he released his divine sense to check everything in the small courtyard. There were 2 rooms in the courtyard, a living room and a kitchen. The rooms were located in the east and west. Judging from the furnishings in the rooms, the east room was Pang Danshan's and the west room was his elder brother's. Xiaoyang raised his head and looked at the sky. It was already night, so that person should be back soon. Just as Xiaoyang was pondering, the courtyard's door was opened, and a man who looked 70 to 80% similar to Pang Danshan walked in. Chapter 674. When that person walked into the courtyard and saw Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but frown, a puzzled expression on his face, because he didn't know Xiaoyang. "I don't know who you are." Pang Dewan asked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang naturally knew Pang Dewan. He stood up calmly and cupped his fist to Pang Dewan. He smiled and said, "You must be Brother Pang's big brother, right?" "Hello, I'm Brother Pang's friend." "Oh, so you're my brother's friend." "Hello, I'm Pang Dewan, Dashan's big brother. Welcome." Pang Dewan was relieved and said a few polite words. He had always loved his brother. Since he was Dashan's friend, he naturally loved his brother. At the dining table, Pang Dashan had prepared more than 10 dishes. He greeted Xiaoyang with a smile and then called Pang Dewan to sit. "Brother Bai, come. Big brother, you're back. Let's eat together, how about it? Are you tired today?" The 3 of them were all odd job disciples, so they were relaxed. Xiaoyang and Pang Dewan sat down and started eating. At the dining table, Pang Dashan talked about some of Xiaoyang's heroic deeds, such as how he helped him. This made Pang Dewan look at Xiaoyang with new eyes. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, only smiled modestly before continuing to eat the spiritual meat in big bites. In fact, there was not much spiritual meat on the table. This kind of spiritual meat was different from other dishes. The reason why it was called spiritual meat was because it contained spiritual energy. As long as one ate it, the cultivation in the body would increase by itself. In fact, for Xiaoyang, this kind of spiritual meat was simply chicken ribs. However, in order to make his role as an odd job disciple more realistic, he ate it heartily. The spiritual meat he used was much better than this. Although Pang Dewan was distressed when he saw the spiritual meat disappear, he felt relieved when he saw Pang Dewan so happy. Pang Dashan also understood the importance of spiritual meat because it could improve cultivation. Their family didn't store much spiritual meat, but in order to express his gratitude to Xiaoyang, he was willing to take out most of it. "I still have some good wine here. Do you want some?" After Xiaoyang ate most of the spiritual meat, he laughed and took out some spiritual wine. Of course, this was only a low-grade spirit wine. After all, he was just a servant disciple. If he took out a high-grade spirit wine, it would arouse suspicion. Oh, there's good wine? Then you must have a good taste, haha. When Pang Dashin and Pang Dewan smelled the aroma of the wine, they were immediately envious. They looked at the wine bottle in Xiao Yang's hand and took deep breaths. Xiao Yang filled their cups, feeling a little guilty. This was because this meal was not just a simple meal. He had another purpose. I'm sorry, Xiao Yang muttered in his heart. He poured some good wine for them, and also for himself. Then he drank first. Ah, this feels great. Brother Bai, what wine is this? It's so delicious, and it even contains spiritual energy. It's unbelievable. This low-grade spiritual wine was similar to their spiritual meat. Xiao Yang had to explain, this is called spiritual wine. I don't have much stock, but in order to have a good time, I'll drink today. Generous and loyal. Pang Dashin drank until his face was red and his head was a little dizzy. He shouted at Xiao Yang. After drinking a bottle of wine, Xiao Yang took out another bottle. After drinking these 2 bottles of spiritual wine, even Pang Dewan could not hold on. After drinking for most of the night, Pang Dewan and Pang Dashin were drunk on the table. Xiao Yang also lay down and pretended to sleep for a while. In fact, when Xiao Yang took out the spiritual wine, he had already done something to it. He secretly poisoned it. This poison was not fatal, but it made people fall into a deep sleep. After sleeping for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Yang got up and looked at the 2 sleeping soundly. He felt a little guilty. However, when he remembered that he still needed to save Master's wife, he hardened his heart and walked to Pang Dewan's side. He took out an identity token from him and then disguised himself as Pang Dewan. Then he slowly walked out of the courtyard. Xiao Yang went straight to Qiu Fenghuang. Qiu Fenghuang was a prison. It was the most advanced prison in the Heaven sect. It was difficult to enter and leave. There were many checkpoints and dangers. There were a lot of formations, all of which were formations within formations. It was even harder to imagine that this terrifying high-level prison was a magic treasure. It was set up to trap the sect leader's wife. Linglong Xiaoyang did not dare to be careless. He walked carefully. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Qiu Fenghuang. There were some guards at the entrance. The guards glanced at Xiaoyang and the token at his waist. Then they looked away, tacitly acknowledging Xiaoyang's identity. Xiaoyang walked toward Qiu Fenghuang with a straight face. At this time, a set of detection formations swept over and landed on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not care. He did not make any extra movements. He just walked naturally. After the formation swept over, it did not find anything special. It just continued to spread. Xiaoyang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After half a day of observation, he already knew that the patrols had their own equipment room. Everyone who participated in the patrols had to put on armor and weapons in the equipment room. These armor and weapons could not be taken out. In the equipment room, there were sets of armor and many weapons. Xiaoyang knew which one belonged to Pang Dewan, so he went straight to it, picked it up and put it on. Then he walked out of the equipment room. From afar, Xiaoyang saw a group of people patrolling the area. After they passed by, Xiaoyang followed behind them. In this way, Xiaoyang used Pang Dewan's identity to participate in the patrols. Patrolling in Qiu Fenghuang, from one side to the other, he kept repeating. Originally, there were many areas that could not be explored with divine sense. Now Xiaoyang was in control. Xiaoyang also secretly released his divine sense to collect more information. It has to be said that the buildings in Qiu Fenghuang were very magnificent. They were golden and glazed like palaces. There were a lot of palaces. There were hundreds of them. There were mechanisms and formations set up in every palace, and there were even guards guarding them. These palaces were connected to each other, forming an even larger base of the formation. Even Xiaoyang could not help but sigh at the valiance of Qiu Fenghuang. Qiu Fenghuang was a magic weapon. It was almost comparable to a heaven-level magic weapon. Xiao Yang had been patrolling and searching, but he still couldn't find Linglong's figure. This made Xiao Yang a little angry, and he was not willing to give up. Could it be that Mistress is not trapped here? Xiao Yang thought in his heart. He looked a little depressed. After observation, there were many odd job disciples in Qiufenghuang. In addition to most of the patrols being odd job disciples, there were many odd job disciples who washed clothes, did cleaning, planting, etc. Chapter 675. However, they were restricted to a certain area and couldn't wander around. After walking around a few times, just as Xiao Yang was about to give up, he sensed energy fluctuations from one of the palaces. Xiao Yang immediately sensed it and hurriedly sent out his consciousness to investigate. He immediately noticed that female servants were quarreling in the laundry park, even fighting. They were the ones who'd released the energy fluctuations just now. Xiao Yang immediately locked onto one of them. It was his master's wife, Linglong, master's wife. When Xiao Yang saw Linglong, he couldn't help but feel excited. After searching for so long, he'd finally found her. His efforts hadn't been in vain. Under the observation of his divine awareness, he saw that several female servants were deliberately targeting Linglong. Although Linglong was the wife of the poison sect master and held a lofty position, she was still a mere servant in the celestial sect as a hostage. This was all part of the celestial sect's plan to humiliate Linglong and the poison sect. Humph! Xiao Yang was filled with grief and indignation when he saw this. But now wasn't the time to make a move. If he acted rashly, the consequences would be dire. It was very likely that he'd implicate his master's wife and cause her death in the Phoenix prison. The Phoenix prison wasn't simple, not to mention it was heavily guarded. Getting out would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Still, he'd made some progress this time. At least he'd confirmed his master's wife's location. As for how to rescue her, there was always a way. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Stay calm and don't be impulsive. After circling the area once more, he returned to the equipment room. Xiao Yang calmly entered the room and removed his armor and weapons, then naturally walked out of the Phoenix prison. When he returned to Pang Daoshan's residence, he saw that Pang Daoshan and Pang Duan were still fast asleep. Xiao Yang carefully returned Pang Daoshan's identity medallion. At the same time, he hurriedly peeled off the mask covering his face and returned to his normal appearance. Then, he lay down on the table, snoring. Dawn. Pang Duan rubbed his dizzy head and slowly woke up. He then pushed Pang Pang Shan, and Pang Pang Shan woke up as well. Only Xiao Yang was still snoring and even drooling. Haha, this brother White. Pang Dashan chuckled and woke up Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang slapped Pang Shanshan's hand away and went back to sleep. This made Pang Dashan feel somewhat helpless. He could only shout, "Brother Bai, it's time to get up. It's time to get to work." After shouting a few times, Xiao Yang became impatient and said, "Aya, what are you shouting for? Just throw the spiritual field away. There's no problem anyway." Pang Dashan was slightly speechless towards this, and he paid no attention to Xiao Yang before going to wash up himself. Pang Pang Wan's first reaction was to check the things on his body. After confirming that everything was still there and that nothing was out of the ordinary, he let out a sigh of relief and went to wash up. After saying some polite words to Xiao Yang, he didn't bother with Xiao Yang anymore and hurriedly went to Prisoner Phoenix to patrol. Not long after, Pang Pang Shan hurriedly came out and dragged the half-asleep Xiao Yang to the Servant Mountain. When they arrived at the Servant Mountain, they walked to the spiritual field under their jurisdiction. Xiao Yang directly sat down on a chair and fell asleep. Pang Dashan could not help but laugh bitterly and then went to work in his spiritual field. In fact, Xiao Yang was not asleep. He was using his divine sense to check the situation of Caged Phoenix. When he was outside Caged Phoenix, there were many palaces in Caged Phoenix that he could not use his divine sense to check. This made Xiao Yang somewhat depressed and speechless. For example, there was a formation in the laundry garden that blocked out divine sense. Should I become a female servant and wash clothes? Xiaoyang frowned as he thought. Master's wife, Linglong, was in the laundry garden. If he wanted to get in touch with Linglong, he had to go further. Becoming a female servant and going to the laundry garden was a very good plan. But the problem was that Xiaoyang was a man. If he wanted to act as a female servant, there would be a lot of problems. Just as Xiaoyang was thinking, the sound of quarreling came from the side of the spiritual field. Listening to the sound, Xiaoyang could only stop thinking and look over. He saw a group of 7 or 8 people surrounding Pang Dashan. In this group in particular, there was Supervisor Zhang, Thief Lu, and even a person nicknamed Little Monkey. Xiaoyang had seen them before. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhang. Greetings, everyone. Pang Dashan was not a stupid person. Seeing so many people come to find him, there must be a problem. It would be better to show his attitude and see what the other party had to say. Xiaoyang frowned. He was not in a hurry to help, because he still had a question that he did not understand. That was why Supervisor Zhang had personally come. One had to know that when he came here to work as a servant, it was Supervisor Zhang who assigned the work. If Supervisor Zhang wanted to have jurisdiction over the spiritual field, he could take it back. He could even change the management of it to someone else. He could also easily transfer Pang Dashan away. Well, Pang Dashan, you did well. Now I'm here to officially inform you that you completed your task very beautifully. So, I plan to transfer you to the servant department. You have no objections, right? Supervisor Zhang looked as if he was thinking for Pang Dashan's sake. His eyes were filled with encouragement and affirmation as he admired Pang Dashan. Thief Lu, Little Monkey, and the others were secretly laughing. Although Supervisor Zhang looked like he was easy to talk to, in fact, it was a promotion in name, but a demotion in reality. One had to know that managing the spiritual field well would give them rewards from the Medicine Pavilion. If they were chosen by the Medicine Pavilion Senior Brother, they could even become his attendant. This was simply a great blessing. On the other hand, if they went to Prison Phoenix, who would be willing to stay there? It was dirty, tiring, and restricted. The work wasn't easy and was very boring. It was fine to do it occasionally, but after a long time, life would lose its luster. Pang Dashan only felt a burst of anger from his heart. He wasn't stupid. He even had an elder brother working in Prison Phoenix. He naturally knew that the work in Prison Phoenix wasn't easy and there was almost no chance of success. What he didn't expect was that Supervisor Zhang would be so rude and unreasonable. He would side with his family and not with reason. Pang Dashan bit his lips. His eyes were red from anger. He was too sullen and too wronged. How could these people do things like this? His eyes were wet. Even Supervisor Zhang had personally arranged the work. What else could he do? Even if he didn't care, even if he wasn't willing, he still had to give in. That was because Supervisor Zhang had status and power. He had nothing. He was just a servant. Just as Pang Dashan was about to endure the humiliation, Xiaoyang directly walked in. He patted Pang Dashan's shoulder and then looked at Supervisor Zhang and the others with a smile. Hello, Senior Brother Zhang. Senior Brother Little Monkey, everyone. Chapter 676. The reason why Xiaoyang stood out was naturally because the 3 words, Phoenix Prison, had provoked him. He was thinking about how to find a suitable identity to enter Phoenix Prison. Now, it seemed that the opportunity had come. Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu both had conflicts with Xiaoyang. When they saw Xiaoyang, they showed an unhappy expression, and their eyes even released hostility. Little Monkey nodded at Xiaoyang. When Little Monkey was on guard duty on the mountain path, Xiaoyang gave him a lot of things. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Little Monkey naturally had no objections to Xiaoyang. In addition, Supervisor Zhang also nodded at Xiaoyang and said with a smile, Junior Bai, hello. Junior Bai, today's matter has nothing to do with you. It's better if you don't interfere. Supervisor Zhang had also received good things from Xiaoyang before, so he was still polite to Xiaoyang. He naturally knew about the conflict between Xiaoyang and Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu. but he didn't care about it. As Supervisor Zhang advised Xiaoyang to be tactful, Pang Dashan also followed and said, "Brother Bai, thank you for this matter. However, since Senior Zhang asked for it, why don't we fulfill his wish?" He knew that he didn't have the ability to argue and refute. He also didn't want to drag Xiaoyang down with him. He could only compromise and give in, giving face to Supervisor Zhang. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes as if he didn't hear the two's advice. He smiled and said, "Senior Zhang, I heard from Senior Yao Chen that if you come, let him know. He probably has something to do with you. I'll inform Senior Yao Chen now." As he spoke with a smile, he released the transmission talisman. Supervisor Zhang, who was originally quite amiable, saw Xiaoyang's behavior, and his face suddenly became gloomy. His expression was ugly, and he even snorted coldly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xiaoyang intended to ask Senior Yao Chen for help. "Junior Bai, do you know that you're courting death?" Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu narrowed their eyes and glared at Xiaoyang. Even Supervisor Zhang coldly said, "Junior Bai, your actions have greatly disappointed me. Our friendship has been severed. Be careful." The little monkey's expression was ugly. He lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to do such a thing. In the odd job department, Supervisor Zhang was a powerful second in command. It was unknown how many people in the odd job department were in his hands. Offending him was an unwise choice. Not long after, Yao Chen flew over. His movement technique was graceful, and he arrived in front of everyone in just a few leaps. "Greetings, Senior Brother Yao Chen." Everyone bowed together, including Supervisor Zhang. Although Supervisor Zhang acted like he was very awesome in the odd job department, an odd job worker was still an odd job worker in the end. He simply couldn't compare to an outer sect disciple. "Yes, you're all here," Senior Brother Yao Chen said, faintly with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. Xiaoyang could tell at a glance that Yao Chen's cultivation had advanced by a large realm. He guessed that Yao Chen had used his medicinal herbs to refine pills. "Congratulations, Senior Brother. Your cultivation and temperament have undergone a complete change. Why don't you let me set up a banquet to celebrate Senior Brother's improvement?" Xiaoyang hurriedly flattered. Supervisor Zhang was stunned when he heard this. In their eyes, Yao Chen was still Yao Chen. There was no change at all. However, everyone knew how to flatter. They quickly said, "I can tell at a glance that Senior Brother is in high spirits and in a good mood. You must be someone with great luck and fortune. We're all happy to invite Senior Brother to celebrate." Whether or not they were sincere in inviting him to celebrate, they had to at least show their sincerity. "Haha, you're all so considerate." Yao Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard their enthusiastic invitation. He was even more delighted. In particular, he took a few more glances at Xiaoyang. If it weren't for the medicinal herbs given by Xiaoyang that met his needs, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Senior Brother Yao Chen, recently Senior Brother Zhang, needs spiritual fields to be managed by virtuous people. I, by Xiaochun, am willing to offer it to him. The main reason is that I'm not experienced in management. Please allow me." Xiaoyang said calmly. However, Senior Brother Yao Chen glanced at Supervisor Zhang meaningfully. Supervisor Zhang was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Senior Brother Yao Chen, Junior Brother Bai is right. Recently, the chores department has recruited many disciples who are good at managing spiritual fields. So, Yao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, indicating that Supervisor Zhang was telling the truth. Only then did Yao Chen feel relieved. "Well, since you have a better idea, I'll fulfill your wish. I've said before that I can help you. Tell me, what do you need?" Yao Chen said kindly to Xiaoyang. This made Supervisor Zhang, Pang Dashan, Little Monkey, Big Thief Lu, and Little Thief Lu extremely envious. After all, It was senior brother Yao Qin who personally gave it to him. It certainly wouldn't be of a low level. The things they casually took out were enough to make the disciples of the chores department excited. Xiao Yang thought for a while and said slowly, I think senior brother Pang Dashan is very experienced in managing spiritual fields. Why don't you let senior brother Pang Dashan continue to manage his spiritual fields? After all, he is a person who likes to plant. I hope senior brother Yao Chen and senior brother Zhang can help me. Oh, I see. Seeing Xiao Yang's performance, everyone understood what was going on. It turned out that Xiao Yang was pleading for Pang Dashan. He was even willing to give up the management of his spiritual fields and was willing to sacrifice his friendship with senior brother Yao Chen. It could be seen how stupid and unworthy it was. However, they also envied Pang Dashan for being able to get Xiao Yang's help. Pang Dashan's heart was filled with gratitude and his eyes became even more moist. He really didn't expect Xiao Yang to be so willing to help him. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and said directly, Senior brother Yao Qin, senior brother Zhang, I am willing to give up the management rights of my spiritual fields and be a servant in the Phoenix prison. I hope senior brother Bai Xiaochun can take back your words. He didn't want to see Xiao Yang sacrificing so much for him. Senior brother Pang, there's no need for this. The reason I gave up so much is actually because I have other requests. Xiao Yang quickly stopped Pang Dashan's actions. If Pang Dashan also gave up his spiritual fields, then he might not have a chance to rise up in the future, let alone make a name for himself. However, Xiao Yang was different. He was here to carry out a mission. Once he finished, he would leave. Therefore, he couldn't let Pang Dashan give up his spiritual fields. Otherwise, whether it was Yao Chen or Supervisor Zhang, seeing them give up, they would definitely be magnanimous and not throw them into the Phoenix prison. In that case, Xiao Yang's plan would be ruined. In fact, at the beginning, Xiao Yang's attitude was indeed touching because Xiao Yang was too selfless. Now that they heard that Xiao Yang had other requests, they were all relieved. Chapter 677. Then, Junior Brother Bai, what do you want? Yao Chen asked. When he heard Xiao Yang's request, he felt that it was too simple. It shouldn't be true. Now that he heard that Xiao Yang had other requests, he felt relieved. According to Xiao Yang's contributions, as long as it wasn't too big of a request, Yao Chen would try his best to fulfill it. Xiao Yang hurriedly said, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Yao Chen. I just want a martial technique for self-defense. If senior brother finds it difficult, then forget it. There were high and low martial techniques. Since there was no level, there was no requirement for Yao Chen. Therefore, Yao Chen wouldn't find it difficult. Haha, you slippery little fellow. All right. On account of your contribution to the medicinal ingredients and your character of being willing to sacrifice yourself for a friend, I'll grant you your wish and give you a high-grade, yellow-ranked martial skill called Soulful Hand. Yao Chen chuckled. He wasn't angry at Xiao Yang's request, but he also didn't reject Xiao Yang. He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip from his storage ring. He imprinted the Soul Fall cultivation technique on the jade slip and gave it to Xiao Yang. Thank you, senior brother Yao Chen. After Xiao Yang received it, he quickly thanked Yao Chen. Although it was only a superior grade yellow-ranked martial technique, its power was far inferior to the martial technique that Xiao Yang cultivated. However, this martial technique was cultivated by the disciples of the Sky Sect. In the future, when he used this martial technique against an enemy, no one would suspect him. This martial technique was what Xiao Yang needed at the moment. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yao Chen said indifferently and turned to leave. He was also a smart person. When he said that he wanted to treat Xiao Yang to a meal to celebrate, it was just a pretense. His main purpose was to deal with the matter of the spiritual field and the reward for Xiao Yang. Now that everything was settled, he naturally wouldn't waste his time here. After he left, Supervisor Zhang, Little Thief Lu, Big Thief Lu, and the others began to stare at Xiaoyang and Pang Daoshan like tigers eyeing their prey. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Senior Brother Zhang, I've already given up my spiritual field. You can send someone else to manage it. This is Senior Brother Yao Chen's permission. I think Senior Brother Zhang won't disobey Senior Brother Yao Chen's order, right?" "Humph." Supervisor Zhang couldn't help but snort coldly. He glanced at Xiaoyang with displeasure. He blamed Xiaoyang for being nosy. "Junior Brother Bai, I've said it before. The little bit of friendship between us is gone. Since you want to go and capture the phoenix on behalf of Pang Danshan, I'll naturally fulfill your wish." Supervisor Zhang stretched out his hand and released his cultivation. A gentle force swept through the token on Xiaoyang's waist and immediately took it away. Then he took out a new identity token and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took it and looked at it. There was already a label on it. It was the cleaner of the phoenix and was in charge of cleaning. He couldn't help but feel happy, but he didn't show it on his face. "Pang Daoshan, you're lucky this time. Junior Brother Bai is protecting you. Let's go." Supervisor Zhang said ruthlessly and immediately left with Little Thief Lu. Little Thief Lu, Little Monkey, and the others. After watching them leave, Pang Daoshan looked at Xiaoyang with grief and said, "Brother Bai, how can you do this? How can I thank you?" He really didn't know what to do. "Brother Pang, don't worry. Don't worry. Gold will always shine. Take care of things here. I'm leaving." Xiaoyang didn't want to be intimate with Pang Daoshan here. It was too mushy. Pang Daoshan could only watch Xiaoyang leave with gratitude in his eyes. This time, if it wasn't for Xiaoyang's help, he would have lost the spiritual field and entered the Phoenix prison. "Brother Bai, to thank you, I will work hard to manage the spiritual field and try to get Senior Brother's attention. Today's kindness, I will repay it someday." Pang Daoshan looked at Xiaoyang's back and mumbled to himself. Then he focused all his attention on the spiritual field. Xiaoyang looked at the Phoenix prison in front of him and became even more excited. He took a deep breath and pretended to be depressed and angry as he returned to the wooden house. He was excited because he could finally enter the Phoenix prison openly and see his master's wife, Ling Long. As for why he pretended to be depressed, it was to cover it up. After all, the workers who entered the Phoenix prison were basically people with no background or power. They could only eat and wait for death. Pang Daoshan, for example, had been patrolling day after day for 3 to 4 years, but he was still a patrolling worker. It was impossible for him to be appreciated by anyone. He was basically a lonely existence in the prison. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and used his movement skill when there was no one around. In a few flashes, he returned to the wooden house. There were people both inside and outside the wooden house. This made Xiaoyang's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the matter of the phoenix-tailed chicken had been discovered? He looked to the distance and saw Zhan Rushue and the rest standing there like obedient children. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to make a sound. They looked innocent and wronged. Could it be that there's a problem? Xiaoyang thought and didn't dare to move. "Bai Xiaoqun, you're back? What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and come up." An elder suddenly shouted at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang knew that he had to face it head-on. He braced himself and walked up, looking as if he was going to throw caution to the wind. "Greetings to Senior, Pavilion Elder, Elder, and Sovereign." Xiaoyang said several identities in one breath. Actually, with Xiaoyang's experience, he could tell that the person in front of him was the Pavilion Elder of the Beast Pavilion. It was just that he had to be aware of his current identity at all times. He was just a short-sighted worker-disciple. Thus, he couldn't show off too much. One had to know that many worker-disciples might not even have the chance to meet the Pavilion Elder, Pavilion Master, Elder, and Sovereign in their lifetime. Thus, it was normal for worker-disciples to not know their identities. Hearing how Xiaoyang addressed him, the Beast Pavilion Elder was so angry that he laughed. However, after thinking about it, he understood. After all, Bai Xiaoqun was just a worker-disciple. How much experience could he have? He didn't care about this. The Beast Pavilion Elder let out a cold snort. With a stern face, he roared at Xiaoyang. "Tell me honestly, did you or did you not collude with Zhan Ru and the others and do bad things?" Xiaoyang subconsciously wanted to look at Zhan Ruxue and the others' expressions. However, he was immediately stopped by the Beast Pavilion Elder. "Don't look around. I'm asking you a question." Xiaoyang felt miserable. He could only put on a bitter face and pretend to be miserable. He braced himself and said, reporting to Senior, Pavilion Elder, and Sovereign, "I didn't." He could only deny it. He couldn't possibly betray Zhan Ruxue and the others, right? If he did, he would be disloyal. He probably wouldn't be able to be friends in the future. You're still lying at a time like this? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell the truth, you'll be finished. Chapter 678. The Beast Pavilion Elder roared. His face was ashen as if he was enraged. He shouted at Xiaoyang fiercely. Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. His scalp tightened and his face turned pale. Of course, this was all an act. In reality, he was not that afraid. After all, he had lived 2 lives. Now that he had a powerful cultivation, he was naturally not afraid of the Beast Pavilion Elder. However, for the sake of acting, he pretended to be anxious. He then sat on the ground and said hurriedly, "No, I really didn't. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Xiaoyang's acting was 100 points. Zhan Ruxue and his friends felt guilty when they saw this. Stubborn. You're courting death. The Beast Pavilion Elder was enraged. He released his 6th-stage martial ancestor cultivation and suppressed Xiaoyang with a huge pressure. He wanted to force Xiaoyang to tell the truth. In reality, Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He did not care about this pressure at all. Of course, he still had to put on an act. He lay on the ground and trembled in fear. The Beast Pavilion Elder interrogated Xiaoyang for a while. However, Xiaoyang did not confess. He had no choice but to think to himself, "Maybe I've wronged him." Helpless, he could only give up. One had to know that a mere odd-job disciple basically wouldn't be able to withstand his interrogation. Go back and be a servant in Phoenix Prison. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Beast Pavilion Elder instructed before he left, expressing his hatred for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang pretended to be dumbfounded and terrified. He was in a daze and did not come back to his senses. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. "I can't wait to be sent to Phoenix Prison. I even worked hard for it. If I knew that the Beast Pavilion Elder had such an arrangement, Xiaoyang would not have wasted time in the spiritual field." Brother Bai, how are you? Are you all right?" After Zhan Ruxue and the others saw that the Beast Pavilion Elder had left, they hurriedly ran over to Xiaoyang's side and asked Xiaoyang worriedly. They also knew how powerful the Beast Pavilion Elder was. A 6th-level martial ancestor realm expert was not someone they could match up to. After shaking for a while, Xiaoyang pretended to wake up. Looking at Zhan Ruxue and the others in front of him, he blinked and his eyes were wet. This was actually the saliva that Xiaoyang had smeared on the ground when he was lying on the ground. Brother Zhan," he said nervously, still feeling a lingering fear. "All right, it's fine now, Brother Bai." Zhan Ruxue and the others comforted Xiaoyang and heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that something had happened to Xiaoyang. "It's all our fault for being so greedy. We almost got caught," Zhan Ruxue explained to Xiaoyang. However, judging from the current situation, the Beast Pavilion Elder had not discovered anything and had no evidence. Xiaoyang looked at Zhan Ruxue and asked cautiously, then the Beast Pavilion Elder did not suspect anyone else. Of course he did. Basically, he questioned all the disciples. "Fortunately, you were loyal. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble," Zhan Ruxue said with a face full of fear. Just a while ago, they were worried sick. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would not be able to withstand the pressure. If he was forced to confess, he would end up in a worse state. "If that's the case, why don't we have another meal tonight?" Xiaoyang blinked and said. Zhan Ruxue and the others opened their eyes abruptly and their bodies trembled. They were secretly impressed by Xiao Yang's courage. You were just interrogated, and now you're doing it. You're indeed extraordinary. Since I'm going to the Phoenix prison, I don't have time to care so much. How can I not vent my anger? Anyway, he doesn't have any evidence. Xiao Yang said matter-of-factly. Hearing that, Jean Rushue and the others felt that it made sense. One had to know that the Beast Pavilion Elder did not have any evidence. He only sent Xiao Yang to the Phoenix prison because he did not like Xiao Yang. This was unfair in itself. Who else could he deal with if not a bully like him? Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and said fiercely, I'll do it. Wait for my good news. Jean Rushue and the others did not refuse. Night fell. Jean Rushue and the others waited in the wooden house. Not long after, Xiao Yang walked in with a phoenix tail chicken in his hand. Brother Jean, I got it. Come, you do it. Xiao Yang threw the phoenix tail chicken to Jean Rushue. Jean Rushue chuckled and took the phoenix tail chicken. Then he began to pluck the feathers and barbecue it. After a while, chicken oil flowed out and the surface of the chicken was roasted yellow. It smells so good. I can't help but want to eat it, Xiao Yang said excitedly, and so did the others. After restraining himself for a while, the meat was about 90% cooked. Xiao Yang hurriedly started eating. When the others saw this scene, they couldn't control themselves and started eating as well. Everyone wolfed down the food and quickly eliminated a phoenix-tailed chicken. Not bad. It tastes good, Jean Rushue praised. The others also clicked their tongues as they reminisced about the taste of the chicken. After eating the phoenix-tailed chicken, their cultivation increased by quite a bit. Don't just stand there. Come, help me clean this up. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the Beast Pavilion Elder comes to check tomorrow. Jean Rushue and the others came to their senses and quickly went to help. They cleaned up the chicken blood, chicken feathers, chicken bones, and chicken feces. One must know that they were committing a crime. If they were caught, they would definitely be punished. They could not afford to offend the Beast Pavilion Elder. Brother Xiaoyang, see you another day. Don't worry, we will try our best to release you from the Phoenix prison. Even if we can't release you, we will let you eat and sleep well in the Phoenix prison. You won't have to work. Jean Rushue said a few words and then left with his companions. Xiaoyang just smiled. If Jean Rushue was willing to help, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. No matter what, Jean Rushue was an outer disciple. Compared to a servant disciple, his status was much higher. Since there was still time, Xiaoyang took out the jade slip that Yao Chen had given him. This jade slip recorded the martial skill, Han Luo Hand. What Xiaoyang lacked at the moment was the martial skills of the Heaven Sect. Therefore, he could cultivate it and comprehend it. He released his divine sense and browsed through it. He immediately understood the essence of Han Luo Hand. There were even a few areas that could be improved. After all, Xiaoyang possessed the knowledge and experience of the ancient poison lord from his previous life. In this life, he had already reached the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Therefore, he could understand the profoundness and essence of this low-level martial skill with a single glance. Han Luo Hand. Xiaoyang mumbled to himself as he cast the spell on the small wooden house. In an instant, handprints spread out in all directions. A violent force swept in all directions. With a boom, the small wooden house that Xiaoyang was in immediately collapsed. This made Xiaoyang, who was sitting cross-legged, speechless and dumbfounded. Chapter 679. He just wanted to test the power of the Soul Fall Hand, but he didn't expect his house to collapse. He had no place to sleep tonight. However, it seemed that the power of the Soul Fall Hand was not bad. Especially after it was improved, its power was comparable to a profound, rank martial skill. If it was only a profound, rank martial skill, it wouldn't be good enough. After all, the Heaven Sect was very big, and there were many elites and geniuses. However, if this profound, rank martial skill was limited to the servants, it would be of a higher level. After all, Not every servant disciple had the chance to cultivate a profound, rank martial skill. Xiao Yang sat silently for the night until dawn. As for the collapsed cottage, he didn't care anymore. Since he was about to enter the Phoenix prison, he could just find a place to stay. Dawn. A person walked over from afar. It was Supervisor Zhang. Supervisor Zhang no longer had the cold and threatening attitude from before. Instead, he was smiling apologetically. Junior Bai, you're here? I was just about to look for you. Supervisor Zhang said fawningly. Although the higher-ups had given the order for Xiaoyang to enter the Phoenix prison, there were also orders to take care of Xiaoyang. Therefore, the slippery Supervisor Zhang, who was always on the fence, immediately knew how to do things. Oh, so it's Senior Zhang. What orders do you have? I'll go to the Phoenix prison now. Xiaoyang slowly stood up and said to Supervisor Zhang, because of the huge spiritual field incident yesterday, Xiaoyang almost had a falling out with Supervisor Zhang. Therefore, his attitude was neither cold nor warm. Supervisor Zhang was a little embarrassed, but he quickly covered it up. He smiled and explained to Xiaoyang, Brother Bai, I'm afraid you don't know. The Phoenix prison job is divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. I saw that the cleaners also need a team leader, so I recommended you. In the future, I'll have to trouble you with the Phoenix prison job. After explaining, Supervisor Zhang let out a sigh of relief. One had to know that Xiaoyang had a good relationship with Yao, Chen, Zhan Ruxue, and the other outer disciples. Therefore, he didn't want to offend him. If these outer disciples worked together to deal with him, it would be too easy. As for the Beast Pavilion Elder's instructions, he naturally didn't forget about it. The Beast Pavilion Elder only asked him to arrange for Xiaoyang to enter Phoenix prison. He didn't mention what kind of job he would be assigned, nor did he mention his identity. Thus, Supervisor Zhang had room to maneuver. Junior Brother Bai, in the future, we have to support each other. He smiled as he explained to Xiaoyang, a fawning expression on his face. Xiaoyang immediately understood the change. He guessed that Zhan Ruxue and the others had already made their move. He also smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Zhang. In the future, I will need Senior Brother Zhang's support and care. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Since the other party was trying to please him, he had to reciprocate. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Supervisor Zhang personally sent Xiaoyang to Qiufenghuang. Standing at the entrance, Supervisor Zhang awkwardly said, Junior Bai, I can't just casually enter this caged phoenix, so I'll send her to you. I've troubled Senior, Martial Brother Zhang, to send me off all the way. I feel very apologetic. Xiaoyang also replied courteously. Then he bowed and slowly walked into Phoenix prison. Previously, Xiaoyang had entered Phoenix prison once. However, this time it was very different. Previously, he had used Pang Dewan's identity and sneaked in all the way, afraid that he would be discovered. This time he was using his own identity and entered openly. His mentality was much more open. Because he had the identity token of a cleaner on him, the guards only took a glance and let him in. As for the detection of formations, Xiaoyang easily dealt with them. He turned left and right and wanted to use this opportunity to look around. However, he was chased away by the people from several palaces. After all, they had a clear division of labor. If they didn't do that job, they wouldn't be allowed in. Xiaoyang walked slowly. This small journey took him more than 3 hours. Only then did he reach the cleaning office beside the laundry garden. The cleaning office was the place where Phoenix Prison's cleaners were managed. After Xiaoyang entered the office, he saw a bald man sitting on a chair with one leg crossed over the other. He was smiling as he looked at a bamboo slip. It seemed like he was reading a good story. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyang knocked on the door. After the bald man looked over, he walked in and softly said, Greetings, Senior Martial Brother. I'm here to report. Baldy Fong raised his head and looked at Xiaoyang. Then he pointed at the seat next to him and gestured for Xiaoyang to sit down. He said, Let me see your identity token. Also, do you have a letter of recommendation? Xiaoyang sat down in a well-behaved manner. Then he took out the identity token from his waist and handed it over to Baldy Fong. Then he took out the recommendation letter that Supervisor Zhang had given him before he left. He also took out a few spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them over to Baldy Fong. The moment Baldy Fong saw the spirit stones, his eyes lit up. He didn't rush to look at the letter or the identity token. Instead, he looked at Xiaoyang and revealed a gratified smile. One had to know that working in Phoenix Prison all year round meant that they only received a small salary every month. It was difficult for them to make a profit. Therefore, even though Xiaoyang only gave out a few spirit stones to the people in Phoenix Prison, it was a great fortune. "Young man, do you know how to conduct yourself? What's your name?" Baldy Fong gently looked at Xiaoyang with a gentle smile. Xiaoyang was very excited because he would soon be able to meet his master's wife, Ling Long. However, on the surface, he put on an honest appearance and quickly said, reporting to Senior Marshal Brother, "My name is Xiaobai. Senior Marshal Brother can call me Xiaobai. Please take care of me in the future." "Not bad. You know how to talk, haha." Baldy Fong was very happy. Only then did he slowly check Xiaoyang's identity token and Xiaoyang's letter of recommendation. As he read, he smacked his lips. Subconsciously, he wanted to grab the teacup, but found that it was already empty. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Senior Marshal Brother, let me pour you some tea." He took the teapot from the table and poured the tea for Baldy Fong. "Not bad. You know how to do things." Baldy Fong was even more satisfied with Xiaoyang. After carefully reading the letter of recommendation, he had a difficult expression. Then he read it again. Xiaoyang saw the change in Baldy Fong's expression and thought about how to open the situation. According to Supervisor Zhang, he was recommended to be a team leader. However, from the current situation, this Baldy should be a team leader. After all, Phoenix Prison wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It only needed a dozen or so cleaners. "Senior Marshal Brother, are you tired? How about I massage your shoulders? You have to know that I have a unique way of massaging shoulders. It can make people relax and drive away fatigue. I learned it years ago when I was starving." Chapter 680. As Xiaoyang spoke, he walked behind Baldy Fong and reached out his hand to massage his shoulders. It was as if he was a lackey serving his master. This was something that could not be helped. He could only endure the humiliation. If he wanted to save his master's wife, he would have to endure the pain and suffering that others could not endure. After massaging for a while, Xiaoyang smiled and asked, "How is it? Is this strength appropriate? This little one might not have any other skills, but I can still serve others." "Haha, Xiaobai, you are very good." Xiaoyang's words made Baldy Fong very happy. This was because Xiaoyang had already expressed that he did not want to be a team leader. He just wanted to serve this leader. Baldy Fong was finally able to relax. It was good that no one was fighting for the leadership position with him. "Xiaobai, I think Supervisor Zhang wants you to be the team leader. However, since you want to accompany this team leader, then I will fulfill your wish. From now on, you will just be my attendant. You don't have to do any other work. What do you think? Giving a plum in return for a peach." Baldy Fong would naturally do this. "If that is the case, then I will have to thank the team leader for nurturing me. This little one cannot thank you enough." Xiaoyang smiled flatteringly. His face was full of flattery. In fact, it was not important to Xiaoyang whether or not he was the team leader. What was important was that he could relax and have time to go out. Now that he was Baldy Fong's attendant, it was equivalent to being his spokesperson. If there were any problems in the future, then Baldy Fong would naturally take the blame. Baldy Fong's work was very relaxed. He basically just sat there for the whole day. Not many people came to find him. Occasionally, when he was bored, he would go out of the office to take a stroll. Since his work was easy, Xiaoyang was naturally relaxed as well. He was like a little attendant, following behind Baldy Fong and constantly asking about his well-being. All he had to do was serve him tea. If 1 or 2 cleaners came to find him, and if there were no problems, then Baldy Fong would be sent away by Xiaoyang. In this way, Xiaoyang's authority and status would increase correspondingly. Of course, he knew that Baldy Fong was doing this on purpose. He guessed that Baldy Fong was trying to groom Xiaoyang to be his spokesperson. After all, Baldy Fong was so lazy and there wasn't anything major happening in the janitor's office. Who asked this place to be a prison? Moreover, it was the highest level prison in the Sky Sect. Usually, no big shots would come here. Who was he trying to put on a show for? It was fine as long as he could be perfunctory. After a busy day, he would walk here, sit there, and drink tea. He would summon 1 or 2 cleaners and give them a word or 2 of encouragement or praise. Otherwise, he would casually find 1 or 2 cleaners and give them a word or 2 of encouragement or criticism. Just like that, the day passed. During the daytime, Xiaoyang had collected a lot of information. One must know that the laundry garden was right next to the cleaner's office. Therefore, under Xiaoyang's careful probing, every movement in the laundry garden was basically within Xiaoyang's sight. There were a lot of cleaners in the laundry garden. There were more than 100 of them. They didn't just wash the clothes of the members of the prison Phoenix. There were also clothes sent from the servant department. The cleaners were also divided into groups of 3 to 5. His master's wife, Ling Long, was all alone in this world without anyone to accompany her. She was often bullied, causing Xiaoyang's anger to soar. However, he was still able to restrain himself. After all, Baldy Fong was still in front of him. This was a place with rules, so he naturally couldn't act recklessly. Those B****stards dare to bully my master's wife. I'll teach them a lesson later. Xiaoyang swore in his heart. The only reason they hadn't teamed up with Exquisite was because they thought she was an outsider. They all knew that Exquisite was the poison sex sect head's wife. If they could bully her a little, it'd be enough to satisfy their twisted hearts. All right, Xiaobai, you've been busy the whole day. You must be tired. Go back and rest. In the pavilion, Baldy Fong was drinking tea as he spoke to Xiaoyang. From Xiaoyang's performance today, he was very satisfied. Leader, this little one doesn't have a place to stay outside. I don't know if I can stay in the prison Phoenix. I don't ask for a room. I just want a chair. Even if it's this pavilion, I'll be fine. Please help me. Xiaoyang hurriedly said. The small wooden house outside had already been destroyed when he was cultivating. Now he could only stay in the prison Phoenix. Of course, he had his reasons for wanting to stay in the prison Phoenix. Naturally, he wanted to have enough time to study the prison Phoenix's formation and find a time to meet his master's wife. Almost everyone with a bit of knowledge understood that this caged phoenix was actually a quasi-heaven class magic treasure, which was equivalent to a half-step martial honor. In the past, when Xiaoyang was outside, he did not have enough time to study the formation of the imprisoning phoenix. But now that he had an official identity, he naturally wanted to stay here longer. As long as he had enough time, he was confident that he could study the formation of the imprisoning phoenix and rescue his master's wife. He might even be able to master the magic weapon, the imprisoning phoenix. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang became excited. Oh, so it's like this. Actually, it's not difficult. How about this? There aren't many people in the janitor's office at night. You can rest there. Later, I'll see if I can apply for a place for you. Baldy Fong was generally satisfied with Xiaoyang. Therefore, this request wasn't too difficult, and he immediately agreed. If that's the case, then I'll thank Sir Team Leader. This little one is extremely grateful and is willing to follow Sir Team Leader's lead. Xiaoyang hurriedly flattered and expressed his loyalty. Didn't superiors like to hear such things? Haha, Xiaobai, don't worry. As long as you follow me loyally, I won't let you suffer. Okay, I'm going back to rest. Baldy Fong was even more satisfied with Xiaoyang. After saying a few words of encouragement, he happily walked out of the prison Phoenix. Xiaoyang chuckled and walked back to the janitor's office. After checking the janitor's list and confirming that all the janitors had left, he relaxed. He sat cross-legged on a chair and pondered his next step. The most important thing right now is to contact Master's wife or teach those evil bastards a lesson. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. However, in order to achieve these two goals, he had to completely understand the formation inside the prison phoenix. As long as he borrowed the formation inside, he would be able to do things smoothly. There were tens of thousands of formations inside the prison phoenix. Just the laundry garden and the janitor's office alone had more than 1,000 formations. This made Xiao Yang's scalp tingle. There was no other way. No matter how troublesome it was, he could only brace himself and do it. Xiao Yang began to immerse himself in the path of breaking the formations. Chapter 681. Xiao Yang spent the whole night studying. He had deciphered more than 100 formations. For example, he could now use the deciphered formations for his own use. It was equivalent to opening up a passage between the cleaner's office and the laundry yard. Xiao Yang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were red and he looked very tired. This was the result of deciphering the formations all night. He had used up too much energy. He looked at the sky outside and knew that there were still 4 hours before the cleaners came to work. Therefore, he hurriedly took out the spiritual field and elixirs to quickly restore his cultivation and energy. After recuperating, Xiao Yang had recovered to his peak state in half a cup of tea's time. Should I go and see Mistress first? Xiao Yang frowned and pondered. After a night of hard work, he was able to decipher the formations and even use them to meet Mistress Linglong. He released his divine sense to check the laundry yard. Many of the laundry workers were still sleeping soundly. Only a few laundry workers had settled down outside Jiufenghuang. Xiao Yang had just discovered this. Among the laundry workers who had settled down outside of Qiufeng's territory, there were 3 vixens that Xiao Yang hated. Xiao Yang quickly had an idea. The next time he went out, he would teach them a lesson so that they would not bully Mistress Linglong. However, since there was still time, he should hurry and see Mistress Linglong so that she could rest assured. After Xiao Yang made this decision, he immediately took action. He released his cultivation and made a gesture with both hands. Suddenly, the formations of the laundry yard and the cleaning office in Caged Phoenix were activated. A ray of light from the formation descended and instantly transported Xiao Yang away. When Xiao Yang reappeared, he was already inside the laundry yard, in front of Mistress Linglong's bed. Even though the mistress, Linglong, had been taken as a hostage and her cultivation had been sealed, she had once been a terrifying 9th-level martial ancestor. Hence, when Xiao Yang had appeared, she had been jolted awake. However, she did not cry out in alarm. Instead, she looked at Xiao Yang calmly. In her memory, she had never seen Xiao Yang before. Xiao Yang was excited and almost cried tears of joy. He finally saw Mistress Linglong with his own eyes. They were so close, so close. He did not have time to express his emotions or explain. He hurriedly took out a letter and handed it to Mistress Ling. Linglong hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take it. From Xiao Yang's expression, she could tell that Xiao Yang was a friend and not an enemy. When she saw the first word of the letter, she immediately understood. This letter was written by the poison sect master, her lover. Her beautiful face slowly filled with tears. Her eyes were moist and filled with mist. She hadn't seen him in so long. She didn't know if he was doing well. She never thought that he would still remember her after all this time. He'd even sent someone to deliver a letter. Linglong suddenly felt that everything she'd done was worth it. She hadn't suffered all these years in vain. She quickly finished reading the letter, but her emotions were still surging. It took her a long time to calm down. She took a few deep breaths to slowly restrain her emotions so that others wouldn't see through her. After all, Linglong had endured humiliation for many years. She'd faced the humiliation of many evil forces in this bitter prison called Caged Phoenix. She'd long cultivated the ability to remain calm and collected. Naturally, she knew how to act. She really wanted to ask about the poison sect situation, but in the end she couldn't. Instead, she began to worry for Xiaoyang. This was the Sky Sect's highest security prison. If anyone discovered an intruder, they'd be executed immediately. She didn't know what abilities Xiaoyang had to be able to enter this place. After all, she'd been trapped in Caged Phoenix for so many years, but had never been able to break through the Caged Phoenix's formation. Xiaoyang was so young. How could he have done it so easily? Xiaoyang naturally knew that his master's wife, Linglong, had many questions. He also knew that she had a lot to say. Wasn't he the same? However, now wasn't the time for small talk. He hurriedly reached out and used his 7th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation to tap on a few of Linglong's acupuncture points and help her break the seal. Linglong's tight face was filled with astonishment, followed by shock. Back then, the person who'd sealed her cultivation was one of the Sky Sect's 3 great Wu Zun sects, the Third Supremacy. She tried to break the seal, but hadn't made any progress. She never thought that Xiaoyang would be the one to break the seal. She knew very well that one needed to be at least a 9th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator to break the seal. She carefully thought about the method Xiaoyang had used to break the seal. This method was very ancient, and she only had a vague understanding of it. Thinking of this, she was even more shocked. She looked at Xiaoyang in shock. After all, someone who could learn this method was definitely not simple. Even she, who was once a proud daughter of heaven, might not be able to learn it. Whether or not one could learn, it was still a question of talent and aptitude. Just the origin of this method was difficult to find. She reckoned that even the Sky Sect and the Poison Sect didn't have this method of breaking seals. When she looked at Xiaoyang, the look in her eyes changed again. She wanted to ask something, but a sound came from beside her. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The sound came from her roommate, who was sleeping soundly next to her. Some of the female servants were even grinding their teeth and making unpleasant sounds. Xiaoyang had already disappeared from his original spot under the effect of the teleportation formation. This made Linglong even more shocked. She couldn't imagine that Xiaoyang had not only broken the Caged Phoenix's formation, but also used it. It was too unbelievable. Just as she was about to get up, she sensed the surging cultivation in her body. She couldn't help but be overjoyed, and her expression froze. Heavens, the cultivation that had been sealed many years ago had finally returned. 9th-level martial ancestor realm. She hurriedly adapted to it and once again grasped the terrifying power of her cultivation. She realized that after all these years of enduring humiliation, her cultivation had increased by quite a bit. She had faintly touched upon Wu Zun's level. Unfortunately, now wasn't a good time to break through. Otherwise, she would definitely use this enlightenment to break through to Wu Zun's level. In order to not expose herself, she first hid herself and restrained her excitement. Then, she lay back on her bed and pretended to be asleep. Linglong knew that if Xiaoyang could find her once, he could definitely find her a second time. She also believed that Xiaoyang would definitely find a way out. However, it would take time. She wasn't in a hurry. After all, she had waited for so many years. Waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. After lying down, she recalled what had just happened and became excited again. She glanced at the sky. There was still half a cup of tea's worth of time before everyone woke up. She took out the letter that Xiaoyang had given her and read it again. As she read it, the originally hidden words on the letter began to appear. Chapter 682. Perhaps Xiaoyang didn't know the answer to this question, because this was the secret signal that Linglong and the Poison Sect Master had agreed upon. It could only be deciphered through a special method. In other words, this letter concealed an invisible array that could only be deciphered by someone familiar with the method. After carefully reading the newly appeared words, Linglong immediately understood. She finally understood that the person who had appeared was Xiaoyang, the direct disciple of the Poison Sect Master. Moreover, he had great potential and an impressive cultivation base. He had also learned the 3rd level of the art of greater teleportation. This gave Ling Long hope once again. No one knew better than her the might of the third level of the art of greater teleportation. Even if Xiaoyang was only a 7th level martial ancestor, Wu Zun might not be able to harm him. This was also why the poison sect master dared to let Xiaoyang infiltrate the sky sect. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could at least escape. Seeing this, Ling Long couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she quickly put away the letter. Xiaoyang had already returned to his original position, which was the janitor's office. It was still empty. Looking at the sky, he reckoned that the janitors would be arriving soon. Just as his gaze shifted to the door, Baldy Fong walked in. "Io Xiaobai, you're still here? How was it? Did you sleep well last night?" Baldy Fong greeted Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang hurriedly walked over with a smile and said, "Good morning, team leader. This little one has already brewed tea for you." Team leader is so dedicated to her job. She is truly a role model for us to learn from. Oh, that's right. Every year, the janitors will have a staff meeting. Today, we'll have a small staff meeting. In a while, you can call 2 helpers and go down the mountain to purchase supplies. Baldy Fong proudly instructed. Qiu Feng Huang didn't have to clean every day. Everyone could relax during the staff meeting. They could eat, drink, and play together. This was the best day. After all, the cost of supplies could be reimbursed by the sect. This could be considered a reward from the sect for their hard work. This time, the sect will reimburse us with 300 spirit stones. But in reality, there are more than 10 of us, and we can't eat and drink much, so Baldy Fong was worried that Xiaoyang would not understand the situation since it was his first day here. Therefore, he specially reminded him. When Xiaoyang heard this, he immediately understood. Wasn't he trying to convert the quota into spirit stones and then buy only a small amount of supplies? I know. I'm the best at this kind of thing. When I was working for my master, I did a lot of this kind of thing. He hurriedly expressed his stance and firmly grasped this opportunity to go out. If it wasn't for the fact that Baldy Fong knew how to behave, he wouldn't have approached Xiaoyang with such a good opportunity. If Xiaoyang's guess was correct, then the handyman in the laundry park would definitely have a staff meeting, but he didn't know who would be sent to purchase supplies. In Xiaoyang's opinion, this kind of good thing should be in the hands of those shrews. After walking out of the office, Xiaoyang used his communication jade to call for 2 cleaners. He said to them, "The leader has spoken. He wants us to go down and purchase supplies. Let's go. Tell us what you want to eat later." That's great. The 3 of them walked out of Qiu Feng Huang. After walking out of Qiu Feng Huang, they saw the handymen in front of them. There were 5 of them. Xiaoyang could tell at a glance that 3 of them were the shrews that had bullied his master's wife. When he thought of this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel angry. This was the Heaven Sect. It wasn't the right time to make a move. Xiaoyang tried his best to restrain himself. They walked all the way to the foot of the mountain, which was Heaven Mountain Town. Xiaoyang's group of 3 began to wantonly purchase supplies. In fact, these purchases weren't real purchases. They were just using the excuse of purchasing to exchange for spirit stones. For example, if they wanted to buy spirit meat, they would only buy 5 spirit stones worth of spirit meat, but the store owner would write out an invoice for 100 spirit stones. This way, after getting reimbursed by the sect, the extra spirit stones would belong to them. The other 2 staff members didn't find this strange and didn't stop this behavior. After all, each of them would get a share of the spirit stones exchanged. In addition to purchasing supplies, Xiaoyang also paid close attention to the movements of the handymen in the laundry park. After they bought some rouge and face powder, they began to buy spirit meat, tea, and wine. Xiaoyang also went over. "Boss, how much is this spirit meat, tea, and wine?" "We want all of it," Xiaoyang said domineeringly. This made the other 2 cleaning handymen a little dumbfounded. If they bought all of it, it would cost hundreds of spirit stones. They only had a dozen cleaning handymen and couldn't eat much. They wanted to persuade Xiaoyang not to be impulsive, but after thinking about it, they held back. Maybe Xiaoyang had his own arrangements. "Hey, who are you? You're so arrogant as soon as you come up. We're the ones who bought it first. Can't there be a first-come, first-serve rule?" Immediately, a shrew from the laundry park put her hands on her hips and scolded. Xiaoyang remembered clearly that this shrew was the one who bullied his master's wife the most. He was looking for an opportunity to teach her a lesson, but he didn't expect her to come up now. He snorted and said, sarcastically, "How many spirit stones can you have? How much wine can you buy? If you don't have spirit stones, don't shout here. What's the use of having a loud voice?" After shouting at the shrew of the laundry park, he immediately turned around and said to the stall owner, "Boss, pack all of it up for me. I'll take it all away. If you sell it to them, it's estimated that you'll only get a few spirit stones. Which is more profitable? I think you know how to choose." The stall owner was beaming with joy, and there was no embarrassment on his face. His monthly turnover was only 30 or 40 spirit stones. Today, this little brother wanted to buy all of it, which would cost at least hundreds of spirit stones, which was equal to 3 months of his turnover. If he didn't do this kind of business, what kind of business would he do? He felt excited just thinking about it. "Well, ladies, I'm sorry. I don't do business with you. You can go elsewhere to buy." The stall owner didn't even think much and directly refused the laundry handyman of the laundry park. The 3 fiercest shrews immediately stood up and shouted directly at Xiaoyang. "Good boy, you're very capable, aren't you? You even dare to ruin my show. I'll teach you a lesson. Sisters, let's go." Therefore, the 7 or 8 handymen of the laundry park swarmed up and punched and kicked Xiaoyang and the other 2. They were all handymen. Among them, the highest cultivation was only at the 5th level of martial master, which was the 3 shrews. Therefore, in addition to Xiaoyang, the other cleaner was simply bullied badly. Xiaoyang pretended to be angry and roared, "You're too presumptuous. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll fly to the sky, won't you?" When the white-robed man was angry, millions of corpses would fall. When Xiaoyang was angry, 3 women would suffer. Take my soul-falling hand. Chapter 683. He hurriedly displayed the martial arts technique that Yao Qin had taught him. After Xiaoyang had modified the martial arts technique, it was comparable to a profound level martial arts technique. Its power was amazing. In addition, Xiaoyang's body movement and footwork were excellent. He grasped the right time to display the martial arts technique. In an instant, the handymen of the laundry park were sent flying by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and revealed a ruthless expression. He walked to the front of the 3 leading women and directly exploded his cultivation. He bombarded their dantian and abolished their cultivation. "Ah!" The 3 evil women screamed. Their faces were pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. You despicable! How dare you tell us your name? I won't let you off so easily." The 3 evil women roared fiercely at Xiaoyang. As cultivators, they naturally knew that their cultivations had been abolished. This was the result of decades of hard work that they had put in to cultivate. It was gone just like that. This simply made their hearts ache, and also made their hatred for Xiaoyang reach an extreme. Whether it was in the Sky Sect or the laundry park, only those with cultivation had the right to speak. Once they lost their cultivation, they would definitely be humiliated. In addition, they had offended many people during this period of time. Once the enemy found a chance, they would definitely return all kinds of humiliation. It was terrifying just thinking about it. "Come and find me if you have the guts." "Humph!" Xiaoyang disdained them. He curled his lips and looked arrogant. Then he turned and left. He did not kill them because he had scruples about the Sky Sect. Anyway, abolishing their cultivation was worse than killing them. They had bullied their master's wife before. "Let's go. Ignore them." Xiaoyang called out and left the place with the 2 cleaners and odd job workers. As for the stall owner, when he knew that Xiaoyang and the others were from the Sky Sect, he immediately ran away in fear. He did not dare to go up and promote his tea and wine. After working for half a day, Xiaoyang and the others returned to Qiu Fenghuang with a large number of supplies. Senior brothers, let's temporarily put these supplies in the cleaner's office. It's spacious there. Thus, they took out the goods they had purchased from their storage rings, carefully put them away, and then excused themselves. Team leader, it's all done. This is the list. Take a look. After they left, Xiaoyang hurriedly handed the account sheet to Baldy Fong. Baldy Fong glanced at the bill and then looked at the goods. He immediately understood what had happened. Xiaoyang had only bought a few dozen spirit stones worth of goods, but the store had issued a bill of 300 spirit stones. Not bad. You're promising. If you follow me, you'll definitely have a bright future. He praised and admired Xiaoyang even more. Once this batch of spirit stones was reimbursed, Baldy Fong would be able to get the majority of the profits. The rest of the profits could be divided among his subordinates. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and laughed embarrassedly. It's all thanks to the team leader's good leadership. Seeing that Baldy Fong was enjoying this flattery, Xiaoyang continued. During the process of getting the bill, we found out that there were some workers from the laundry yard. They wanted to mess around and blamed us for not being able to buy the tea and wine. We didn't want to, so they attacked and injured 2 of my senior brothers. Thus, I fought with my life on the line, and there was a conflict between us. I'm afraid this matter will implicate team leader. So, why don't we go to the laundry yard and apologize? What do you think, team leader? It was no wonder that the 2 subordinates from before were covered with injuries. Baldy Fong immediately became angry. He coldly snorted, "These laundry workers are too outrageous. They actually dared to hit our people. Xiao Bai, don't be afraid. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize. It's already good enough that we don't cause trouble for them." Thank you, team leader, for being so righteous. No wonder the other senior brothers are so loyal to team leader. I'm also willing to serve you like a dog. Xiaoyang hurriedly flattered Baldy Fong, making him very happy. Although Baldy Fong would take responsibility for this matter, Xiaoyang felt that it wasn't very reliable. He still needed to talk to Supervisor Zhang and have him suppress this matter. Laundry yard. The 7 or 8 women who went to buy supplies had returned. They were all injured, especially the 3 fiercest shrews. Their cultivations had been crippled. This caused many women to have thoughts of revenge. Of course, there were also people from their factions who angrily said, "Who did this? How could they be so vicious? We can't forgive them. How about we report this to Supervisor Zhang and have him take responsibility for us?" Ling Long only watched from the side, not saying a word. But when her gaze fell on the 3 shrews, her expression froze. As the wife of the poison sex sect head, she naturally understood the poison sex cultivation methods. The person who did this was from the poison sect. Of course, the method was very special. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize it. If Ling Long hadn't recovered her cultivation and paid special attention, she might not have noticed it either. Ling Long couldn't help but smile. She secretly thought, it must be Xiaoyang's bad disciple. She had been a phoenix prisoner for many years and was often bullied by those 3 shrews. Now that Xiaoyang was here, those 3 shrews received their retribution. If it wasn't Xiaoyang, who else could it be? This Xiaoyang was truly filial. Otherwise, why would he take the risk to come here alone? She began to worry for Xiaoyang again. She didn't know if this matter would implicate Xiaoyang. If the Sky Sect's upper echelons found out, then Xiaoyang's life would be in danger. Noon. Xiaoyang represented Baldy Fong and found Supervisor Zhang. He gave him quite a few spirit stones and persuaded him in every way possible. In the end, Supervisor Zhang agreed to suppress the matter, and so the matter was left unsettled. For the entire afternoon, the cleaners of the Phoenix prison held a staff meeting. They ate, drank, and played. It could be considered a day of leisure. When night fell, Xiaoyang was still resting in the cleaner's office, constantly studying the formations. The days went on like this, day after day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Xiao Yang finally figured out the formation inside the caged phoenix. He could control more than 90% of the formation. In other words, it was equivalent to Xiao Yang controlling this quasi-heaven grade magic treasure. This made Xiao Yang extremely excited. With a thought, he could clearly feel the formations resonating with him. They were like his left and right hands. Whoosh! At dawn, 3 months later, Xiao Yang opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes were filled with excitement. It's time to save Master's wife. But before that, I need to think of a way out. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. He had stayed in the Phoenix prison for so long. He was completely confident that he could bring Linglong out of here. However, this would definitely alarm the Sky Sect and cause them to hunt him down. Chapter 684. Therefore, once he left the Sky Sect, he would need someone to pick him up. Even if there was someone to pick him up, he would have to prepare a way out to prevent any accidents. The best way is to set up a transportation formation at the foot of the Sky Sect mountain and directly teleport to the two Sects towns. Even if I can't teleport to the two Sects towns, I have to get close to them. I'll need Marshal Uncle Qi Yan's help with this. As Xiao Yang pondered, he took note of his own thoughts. This Phoenix prison magical treasure is basically under my control. Master's wife has been unsealed, so she should be safe inside. I think it's time for me to leave this place. Next, I should think about setting up a transportation formation. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. However, the first problem had appeared. Everyone knew that the servants inside the Phoenix prison magical treasure were nobodies without any background or power. It was easy to enter but difficult to leave. Even an outer disciple like Jean Rushue didn't have the confidence to let him out. Back then, it was the Heavenly Sect's Beast Pavilion Elder who threw him in. Therefore, he could only find such an important person to ask for his permission to leave. Just as Xiao Yang was worrying, Baldy Fong walked in with a smile. His face was filled with joy. He shouted at Xiao Yang from afar, "Junior brother Bai, I have good news for you." "I wonder what good news it is." "Team leader, please don't lie to me." Xiao Yang immediately ran over and bowed. He did his job as a servant disciple and pulled out a chair for Baldy Fong to sit. Then he personally poured tea for him. The two were already familiar with this and had a tacit understanding. Baldy Fong enjoyed Xiao Yang's shoulder massage and smiled. "Junior brother Bai, you did a good job with the purchase last time. See, I've already bought a courtyard for you at the foot of the mountain. This is the key, keep it well. In the future, you don't have to live here anymore." "Really? Oh my God. Thank you so much, team leader. You're my second parent." Xiao Yang suddenly became excited. His voice was incomparably loud, and his eyes seemed to emit light as he stared at the key in front of him. For the past 3 months, he had been here almost every day and night, thinking about how to get out. He didn't expect that the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. They could have left after work, which solved Xiao Yang's big problem. "Hee, why would I lie to you? Here, take the key. There's a route on it. You just have to find the past yourself." Baldy Fong handed the key to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was extremely touched. He secretly wiped his eyes and cheeks with saliva and pretended to cry. All right, junior brother Bai, you're a man, aren't you ashamed? It's rare for us to be so happy today, and since we have nothing to do, I'll allow you to take a day off. You've been cooped up in the Phoenix cage for the past 3 months. I reckon you've fallen ill from boredom. Go on." Baldy Fong had done an outstanding job as a leader and had won the hearts of the people. Xiao Yang was starting to like his way of doing things. "Many thanks, team leader. I'm still young, so I'll go take a look and see if there's anything fun. When the time comes, I'll send 1 or 2 up for team leader." He excused himself and went out in high spirits. After leaving the Phoenix cage, Xiao Yang pondered. He hadn't seen Zhan Rushue, Pang Daoshan, and the others for 3 months. Should he go see them? But after careful consideration, he was still a member of the poison sect. If he saved his master's wife, he might become their enemy, so it was better not to meet them. With that in mind, Xiaoyang decided to take a trip down the mountain. Holding the key Baldy Fong had given him, he followed the route down the mountain. Once he reached Heaven Mountain Town, he easily found his own residence. It was an exquisite little courtyard, and the price wasn't cheap. Xiaoyang didn't expect Baldy Fong to be so generous. He was very satisfied. With this little courtyard, everything else would be much easier. He directly set up a transportation formation in the courtyard. This required a lot of materials. Xiaoyang had plenty of them in his storage ring to begin with, so he had plenty of them himself. However, he lacked some of them, so he'd have to find a way to get them from outside or through the Heaven Sect. Xiaoyang inspected the place and found that he was still missing a locating stone and sensing talisman. Xiaoyang didn't have either of these things on him. This made things a little difficult for him. Helpless, he could only walk out of the courtyard and see if any of the shops in town had these two materials for sale. After a round of searching, he found that none of the shops in Heaven Sect Town had them. Xiaoyang almost cursed out loud. But then again, locating stones and sensing talismans were important materials for setting up formations. Most of them were monopolized by the sections. It looked like he'd have to think of a way to get them from the Heaven Sect. The Heaven Sect's formation pavilion definitely had these two materials in stock. It was impossible to openly use them, so he'd have to trade them. However, Xiaoyang's current identity was that of a servant disciple. If he took out something of great value to trade, it would definitely arouse suspicion. This was really a headache. For a moment, Xiaoyang didn't have a better idea. After all, he was alone in a foreign land. He didn't have any connections or resources. He could only rely on himself to think of a way. He walked up the mountain. Halfway up he saw Pang Dashin. "Brother Bai, long time no see. How have you been? I didn't expect to see you here. I went to the small wooden house to look for you many times, but I didn't see you. As for Chiu Fenghuang, I couldn't get in." Pang Dashin's face was full of excitement as he greeted Xiaoyang. Because he had received too many favors from Xiaoyang, he always remembered Xiaoyang's kindness. "Oh, it's Brother Pang. It's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation base has improved again." Xiaoyang smiled. Just by looking at Pang Dashin, he could tell that Pang Dashin had improved his cultivation to the 5th level of Martial Master. Hearing Xiaoyang's envy, Pang Dashin also smiled proudly. He then explained to Xiaoyang, "This is all thanks to you, Brother Bai. After I planted the herbs, I received the appreciation of the senior brother of the medicine pavilion, so he gave me a good fortune." "Brother Pang, where are you going?" Xiaoyang asked. "Brother Bai, you don't know? It seems that you have become muddle-headed in Chiu Fenghuang. Today is the day to sign up for the Servant Disciple competition. As long as you enter the top 10, you can be promoted to an outer disciple. Don't we servant disciples look forward to this day?" Pang Dashin looked at Xiaoyang with a face of surprise and then explained in detail. Let's go. Brother Bai, let's sign up together." As he explained, he pulled Xiaoyang's hand and left. Xiaoyang was a little confused. His face was blank. No one had told him about this before. Before Pang Dashin pulled him away, he saw Jean Rushue and the others walking over excitedly. Chapter 685. Jean Rushue saw Xiaoyang from afar and shouted to Xiaoyang, "Brother Bai, you're here? You've suffered for the past 3 months. This time, I have good news for you. The Odd Job Disciple competition has begun. Look, this is your registration certificate. We've signed you up. Once you enter the top 30, you can become an outer disciple. Brother Bai, congratulations in advance. Do your best." Jean Rushue and the rest said excitedly. During the past 3 months, they felt guilty because Xiaoyang had to bear all the responsibility of stealing the phoenix-tailed chicken. As a result, Xiaoyang was trapped in Caged Phoenix for 3 months. They wanted to make it up to Xiaoyang. "Thank you, Brother Jean. Thank you, brothers. You've worked so hard for me. Xiaoyang said gratefully. He thought that Zhan Ruxue and the rest had forgotten about him. It turned out that Caged Phoenix didn't allow anyone to enter, so they couldn't see each other for a while. We're all brothers. Don't mention it. Zhan Ruxue patted Xiaoyang's shoulder and smiled. His face was full of sincerity. Xiaoyang just smiled foolishly and didn't say anything. In fact, he was smiling bitterly in his heart. Xiaoyang didn't care about whether he could become an outer disciple or not. What he cared about now was the Censor Talisman and the Positioning Stone. Brother Bai, you have to work hard. Once you become an outer sect disciple, you can carry out sect missions. The sect will reward you, and you can even use your points to exchange for items you need. At that time, we can form a team. Yes. Brother Bai, you have to work hard. We'll wait for you. Zhan Ruxue and the rest encouraged Xiaoyang enthusiastically. They had high hopes for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang felt complicated and guilty. The reason why he was so nice to them was that he wanted to use them. Of course, he also put in some friendship. The more these people treated him with sincerity, the more Xiaoyang's conscience felt guilty, and he felt even more guilty. Don't worry, brothers. I will definitely work hard and strive to become an outer court disciple. Xiaoyang hurriedly patted his chest to make a promise. He couldn't bear to make them sad. Pang Dashan's expression was a bit awkward. He didn't think that Xiaoyang would know these outer sect disciples. Envy appeared in his eyes. After waiting for a while, he hurriedly bowed to Zhan Ruxue and the others and said, "Greetings, senior brothers." Zhan Ruxue had no interest in being friends with Pang Dashan. He just nodded and encouraged him. Then he bid farewell to Xiaoyang and left. Before leaving, he explained to Xiaoyang, "Brother Bai, you must succeed. As long as you become an outer sect disciple, you will be able to walk out of the Phoenix prison." Xiaoyang already had some ideas. There would be rewards for completing missions, so there should also be Censor Talismans and Positioning Stones. It seemed that he would have to fight for it. Then, Brother Bai, I will leave first. Pang Dashan looked at Xiaoyang enviously. He glanced at the registration certificate in Xiaoyang's hand and smacked his lips. In his heart, he was also thinking about when he could be so close to his senior brothers. He remembered that not only was Xiaoyang close to these senior brothers, but even Yao Chen looked at Xiaoyang in a new light. It was obvious that Xiaoyang's way of doing things was extraordinary. He was very happy to be friends with Xiaoyang. No, we agreed to go together. How can I let Brother Pang go alone? Let's go together. Xiaoyang smiled and said. He took Pang Dashan's hand and went to sign up with him. He just wanted to see how the registration went and listen to other people's opinions. For example, he wanted to hear about the benefits of being an outer sect disciple. He especially wanted to eavesdrop on the sect mission. After all, Xiaoyang was only a Censor Talisman and Positioning Stone away from completing the mission. Once he got these two materials, he would be able to set up a teleportation array. At that time, he would be able to easily take his master's wife and leave the Sky Sect. Then, thank you for accompanying me, Brother Bai. Pang Dashan said gratefully. He didn't know Xiaoyang's goal at all. He just thought that Xiaoyang was accompanying him because Xiaoyang had already signed up and didn't need to go. Xiaoyang coughed and said slowly, "Don't say that. We are all friends and brothers. You are treating me like an outsider. Let's go." Not long after, the two of them arrived at the office of the Servant Mountain. There were already many people gathered here. It was very lively and noisy. There were thousands of servant disciples in the Sky Sect. These thousands of disciples all wanted to go one step further and become an outer sect disciple. Only those who entered the top 100 could become an outer sect disciple. The elimination rate was too high. Xiaoyang couldn't help but look at Pang Dashan. With Pang Dashan's cultivation at the 5th stage Martial Master, he probably only had a 30 to 40% chance of success. There were also many talents among the servant disciples. Many of them were outer sect disciples who were demoted to servant disciples after making mistakes. Their cultivation was above the martial ancestor realm. There were more than 10 of them among the servant disciples. There were also those who focused on cultivation among the servant disciples. After cultivating for so many years, they probably wanted to use this opportunity to make a comeback and become an outer sect disciple. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, "There are so many people signing up. There are also many senior brothers with profound cultivation. I'm afraid the competition this time will be very fierce." Pang Dashin looked at the lively scene in front of him and was a little excited. His face was red, and he said, "Brother Bai, that's why you and I need to work hard during this period of time. We need to work hard to cultivate and strive for a chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will never be able to make a name for ourselves." "That's true. Hurry up and sign up." Xiaoyang chuckled as he patted Pang Danshan's shoulder and gave him some instructions. Pang Dashin nodded and rushed into the surging crowd. "Have you heard? The top 100 of the servant disciple competition this time can become an outer sect disciple. This news has been spread for a long time. After becoming a disciple, you can carry out various sect missions and receive rewards and points. When the time comes, you can exchange them for cultivation resources. Compared to the servant disciples who work themselves to death, it's simply too awesome. Stop chattering here. Do you want to sign up or not? If not, then hurry up and get out of the way. I'm in a hurry to sign up. Of course I'll sign up. Hey, I say don't push. Anyway, there are only 100 people out of 2,000. You might not even be able to get in. Why are you in such a hurry?" The voices of the servant disciples surged like a tide, making the scene even noisier and noisier. Xiaoyang listened for a while, but did not collect any useful information. He only knew that only outer sect disciples of the Heaven sect were qualified to carry out missions. He glanced at Pang Dashin. It was not easy to squeeze in, but now he was squeezed out again, seeing him angrily shouting and cursing. Xiaoyang could not help but shake his head. He wanted to laugh. Chapter 686. Later on, he saw a few familiar faces such as Pang Dewan, Baldy Fong, and a few janitors from Caged Phoenix. Even though their cultivations were not very high, they all had an ambitious heart. "Oh, isn't this by Xiaochun? What, you also came to sign up?" While Xiaoyang was observing, a few familiar voices came from the side. They were the Little Monkey, Big Thief Lu, Little Thief Lu, and Supervisor Zhang. Xiaoyang was a bit disgusted with them, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and greeted them. "Greetings, Senior Brother Zhang. Greetings, Senior Brothers. Bai Xiaochun, with your little cultivation. You still want to sign up for the competition? Haha, let me tell you, it is best if you don't embarrass yourself. You are destined to be a servant disciple, so don't struggle." Big Thief Lu sneered while Little Thief Lu was gloating on the side. They all had strong conflicts with Xiaoyang, so once they saw him, they couldn't help but verbally offend him. "Then there is no need for senior brothers to worry about me." Xiaoyang coldly turned around and didn't want to bother with them. To Xiaoyang, these people were just nobodies. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to play the role of a servant disciple, then Xiaoyang would have already killed them. A little impatience spoils a great plan, so he had to restrain himself first. If he were to ruin his mission because of these little caterpillars, then it would be a great sin. "Let's go and sign up. Don't waste time here." Supervisor Zhang nodded toward Xiaoyang and then led the group to the registration area. He had a bit of respect and awe toward Xiaoyang because he knew that Xiaoyang had a good relationship with the outer disciples. Moreover, Xiaoyang also knew how to conduct himself and gave him many good things. So he didn't want to become enemies with Xiaoyang. Little Monkey did the same. He secretly signaled to Xiaoyang and then followed the group. Only the 2 handyman disciples, Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu, snorted at Xiaoyang to express their disdain, as if they hated Xiaoyang very much. Xiaoyang rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly, but he didn't take it to heart. In his heart, he was thinking, "You guys better pray that you don't see me in the arena. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." After waiting for about half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Pang Huashan excitedly squeezed his way out of the crowd. He said to Xiaoyang, "Brother Bai, let's go." The registration was successful. It wasn't easy. Let's go, let's go. I'll bring you to a sacred place for cultivation. This is specially permitted by the sect. Pang Shan excitedly pulled Xiao Yang away from here. As he walked, he told Xiaoyang, "Brother Bai, there are still 2 days before the competition, so we have to take advantage of these 2 days to work hard." As they walked, they arrived at a certain canyon. There was no one around this canyon. It belonged to the back mountain of the sect, so basically no one would come here. As soon as Xiaoyang arrived here, he immediately noticed that the spirit qi here was richer than outside. "This is the place. Brother Bai, let's cultivate here together. Later, I'll call my brother." Pang Huashan smiled and hurriedly found a place to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate. He found this place by chance, although it wasn't a top cultivation place and was even inferior to the cultivation room of the outer sect disciples. But compared to the cultivation room of the handyman disciples, this place was much more advanced. If ordinary people found this place, they would want to hide it and secretly cultivate by themselves. This Pang Huashan valued Xiaoyang so much that he was willing to share the secret with Xiaoyang. This was really rare. Xiaoyang felt a little guilty. Pang Huashan was sincere to him, but he had other intentions. Naturally, he felt guilty. "Brother Pang, although the spirit qi here is rich, it is limited. If many people cultivate here, the spirit qi will not be enough, so I won't cultivate here. And don't worry, I'll ask senior brother Jean Rushue to help me find a good place to cultivate," he said tactfully, not to mention that Xiaoyang didn't need spirit qi. Even if he didn't care about the spirit qi in front of him. Compared to these odd job disciples, Xiaoyang was much wealthier. Even the inner disciples of the Sky Sect could not compare to him. They were all people who had experienced great wealth, so naturally they did not put this small amount of wealth in their eyes. Pang Huashan hesitated. Seeing Xiaoyang's determined expression, he slowly said, "All right, Brother Bai, if you can't find a good place, you're always welcome here." Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude, then turned around and left. Not long after he left, Pang Duan's figure slowly appeared. "Big brother, you're here." Pang Dashan greeted him. "And I think junior brother Bai is a worthy person to be friends with. You should cherish him." Pang Duan looked in the direction Xiaoyang left and said softly. In fact, he also saw the scene just now. Ordinary handyman disciples would be eager to take such a good place for themselves. However, Xiaoyang was indifferent and even left directly. It could be seen that Xiaoyang's character was quite good. "I know, I'll definitely cherish it. When I become an outer sect disciple, I'll take good care of Brother Bai. Come, hurry up and cultivate. Time waits for no one," Pang Dashan said excitedly. After Xiaoyang walked away, he immediately saw Jean Rushue's message. It was a paper crane. It was a unique way to contact him. Following the paper crane, he arrived at an empty place. When he arrived, he saw Jean Rushue waiting there. "Brother Jean." Xiaoyang called out to Jean Rushue. Jean Rushue immediately turned around and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, you're here. Come, come, see what good things we brought for you." As he spoke, he walked to Xiaoyang's side and pulled Xiaoyang away. The two of them sat on the clean grass. Then they saw Jean Rushue take out various magic treasures, talismans, pills, and even a pet beast from his storage ring. Xiaoyang immediately understood Jean Rushue's intentions. Jean Rushue was trying his best to help him, which made him feel very touched. And these, Brother Bai, martial skills and cultivation methods, you can cultivate as you see fit. We don't know what kind of cultivation methods and martial skills you like, Jean Rushue said to Xiaoyang with a smile. In fact, when they helped Xiaoyang register, they had already prepared these cultivation resources. However, at that time, Pang Dashan was present, so they didn't take them out. After all, They only made friends with Xiaoyang, not Pang Dashan. This, Brother Jean, is this all of your wealth? Xiaoyang asked in disbelief. Thinking about it, these people had only joined the sect for a few months. It was impossible for one person to have so many cultivation resources. It seemed that these friends were really willing to pay for Xiaoyang. Chapter 687. This is nothing. Brother Bai, once you become an outer sect disciple, we can carry out missions together. At that time, you won't lack any cultivation resources. Work hard. Jean Rushua handed all the cultivation resources to Xiaoyang and walked away with a smile on his face. Xiaoyang was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. When he thought of the consequences of taking Ling Long away, he was afraid that all the people who were close to him would be implicated. He couldn't bear to do it. Sigh, I'll just take it one step at a time. He thought to himself with worry. After taking a careful look at the cultivation resources, Xiaoyang picked out a few martial skills. There were high and low-level martial skills. The magic treasures and talismans were all placed in his storage ring. They were all products of the Heaven Sect. Even if he used them in the competition, there was no need to worry about them being discovered. As for this pet beast, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. It was actually a flying, heavenly wolf. It currently had the strength of a 5th-level martial master. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate to accept it. After leaving the place, Xiaoyang returned to Qiu Fenghuang's prison. He saw Baldy Fong at the janitor's office. Looking at his excited expression, he guessed that the registration was successful. Congratulations, team leader. You will definitely amaze the world and become an outer sect disciple. Xiaoyang immediately flattered the moment he walked in. Baldy Fong laughed and was in a good mood. He casually gave Xiaoyang more than 10 spirit stones and said with a smile, I'm just giving it a try. These are cultivation resources for you. Work hard. Even if I don't succeed, as long as you do, we'll all benefit. At the very least, Qiu Fenghuang's janitors will have outer disciples. If that's the case, then many thanks, team leader. This little one will definitely work hard and not let team leader down. Once I'm team leader for a day, I'll be team leader for a lifetime. Xiaoyang accepted the spirit stones with a smile and expressed his attitude. I've entrusted you to the right person. Xiao Bai, work hard. I'll give you a few days off. Hurry up and cultivate. Baldy Fong waved his hand and produced a piece of paper. He wrote a few words and signed his name, allowing Xiaoyang to leave. Xiaoyang left Qiu Fenghuang and sighed along the way. The people of the Heaven Sect were too easy to get along with. After returning to Heavenly Mountain Town, Xiaoyang entered his residence. Looking at the empty courtyard where he had set up half of the magic array, he felt a headache coming on. Now he only lacked the positioning stone and sensing talisman. As long as he obtained these 2 materials, he would be able to complete the array in an instant. Then he would be able to control the imprisoning phoenix magic treasure and escape far away from here. As long as he teleported to the 2 sect towns, Wu Zun Qian would be there to receive him, so there shouldn't be much danger. He had it all figured out. It was just a pity for those few good friends of his. They would probably be implicated. Forget it. At worst, something would happen. Xiaoyang set aside his thoughts and began to cultivate in silence. He had been stuck at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm for a long time. He did not dare to cultivate openly in the Heaven Sect, but in this small courtyard he could work hard to improve. After cultivating for 2 days, Xiaoyang felt that his cultivation had improved by quite a bit. As long as there was a good opportunity, he could try to break through to the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Dong, dong, dong. The loud sound of a bell came from the Heaven Sect. Everyone within 1,000,000 miles could hear it clearly. This was the signal for the odd job disciples to prepare for the large competition. Xiaoyang quickly got up and tidied up his face. He withdrew his cultivation, put on the odd job disciples' clothes, and went out. In the past 2 days, he had already mastered a few other martial skills. As for his cultivation, he had also adjusted it to the 6th level of the martial master realm. Among the odd job disciples, this cultivation was above average. It would not attract the attention of others and would not be looked down upon. It couldn't be better. As he walked up the mountain, there was already a stream of people on the mountain path. These 2,000 people were all odd job disciples participating in the competition. On the way, Xiaoyang saw Peng Dashin, Peng Dewan, and the others. "Brother Peng, how is it? Did you gain anything in the past few days?" Xiaoyang asked with a smile. In fact, he could see Peng Dashin and Peng Dewan's cultivation with a glance. They had actually reached the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. This improvement was shocking. "Brother Bai, you're here too. We were just about to look for you. We were afraid that you would miss the competition." When Peng Dashin saw Xiaoyang, he was very excited. He hurriedly pulled Xiaoyang to the side and whispered, "To be honest, Brother Bai, we've all broken through to the 6th level of the martial master realm. We're more confident. How about you?" Xiaoyang also said with a smile. Then the two of them snickered and walked towards the competition venue. After walking for a while, they saw Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, Big Thief Lu, Little Thief Lu, Baldy Fong, and the others. Xiaoyang greeted them one by one. However, Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu had been facing each other coldly. They even mocked and ridiculed Xiaoyang, Peng Dashin, and Peng Dewan. This made Peng Dashin a little angry. He almost wanted to fight, but was stopped by Xiaoyang. Wait until the competition starts." They all said ruthless words to each other. Everyone waited in the empty competition venue. After a while, a host slowly rose into the air and said in a clear voice, "Because there are many people participating in the competition this time, you'll have to go through a trial first. In this trial, those who are not qualified will be eliminated. In the end, only 200 people will be left. The remaining 200 people will fight in the final battle. Any disciple who enters the top 100 will be promoted to an outer disciple. All kinds of benefits will be doubled." "Wow, is this senior brother Wu Hua? He's so handsome. I heard that he specializes in Buddhism. No wonder he looks so kind and gentle. I wonder what the next trial will be like. This has never happened before. What are you panicking for? Let's play it by ear and take one step at a time." Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Some were worried about the upcoming competition, while others were full of anticipation. Peng Dashin, Peng Dewan, and Baldy Fong were full of anticipation. They were nervous and afraid at the same time. However, Xiaoyang didn't care. He was calm as his gaze fell on Wu Hua. Back in the poison sect, Xiaoyang had a huge conflict with Wu Hua. It even developed into a life and death feud. He didn't expect to see Wu Hua here, and with such an identity. Xiaoyang was a little worried that Wu Hua would see through his identity. All the participating disciples will enter the formation. Inside the formation, there will be various battlefields and wilderness survival scenarios. Take care of yourselves. After 3 breaths, I will activate the formation and send you into the formation to participate in the test. Wu Hua's voice spread all around, so that everyone present could hear it clearly. Chapter 688. Everyone was excited. Shui Yu was excited because they knew that the competition was about to begin. Peng Dashin, Peng Dewan, and Baldy Fong subconsciously moved closer to Xiaoyang. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by the other teams. Xiaoyang didn't notice this. His eyes were fixated on Wu Hua's body. He noticed that Wu Hua's cultivation had also reached the 7th step. This cultivation speed was truly frightening. Brother Bai, let's support each other later. Don't get separated. Let's get through this together first. Dashin hurriedly said. Baldy Fong also hurriedly agreed. Yes, that's the way it should be. 3 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Hua channeled his cultivation and formed an indescribable hand seal. The formation in the surroundings was immediately activated. A huge curtain of light enveloped the area, allowing more than 2,000 odd disciples to enter the formation. The moment they appeared in a new place, Dashin, Dewan, and Baldi Fong felt a bit dizzy. It took them a while to stabilize themselves. At a glance, they were actually separated by more than 10,000 feet. Don't underestimate this distance. Even if it was only 1,000 feet, they still wouldn't be able to get closer because there were more than 10 huge abysses between them. In other words, all of them were standing on top of a cliff. There were only a few connected mountains around them. Pang Dashin, Pang Dewan, and Fong Baldi began to panic as they stared at the unfathomable abyss and their companions in the distance. They sent out their divine senses to search for Xiaoyang, but they couldn't find him anywhere. This caused their hearts to thump, and they became even more nervous. "This place is too dangerous," Dashin murmured. Not long after, some people landed on top of a mountain. They were all teleported there by the formation. The moment the two met, they didn't say anything and immediately started fighting. The rule here was that one could challenge anyone. The loser would immediately be teleported out. Any disciple who was teleported out first was considered a failure and would be eliminated. Xiaoyang also landed on top of a mountain after being teleported. However, he didn't feel the dizziness of being teleported. He had experienced this kind of teleportation and flying many times before. Looking around, he also saw many towering mountains that reached into the clouds, as well as many precipitous cliffs and abysses. A servant disciple also appeared in front of him. This servant disciple only had the cultivation of a rank for martial master. He was probably here to bet on his luck. Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at the other party. The other party had just been teleported in and seemed to be a little dizzy and confused. For a moment, he did not come back to his senses. Xiaoyang was not in a hurry to make a move. After the other party came back to his senses, he said indifferently, "Senior brother, do you want me to send you out, or do you want to admit defeat?" Clouds drifted in this place, and the surroundings were filled with dense fog. It was like a paradise on earth. The odd job disciple recovered from the dizziness, and his mind was immersed in the beautiful scenery. After hearing Xiaoyang's words, he suddenly recovered and looked at Xiaoyang in horror. You're actually a rank 6 martial master? My God, why is my luck so bad?" The odd job disciple cried out miserably. Then, with a bitter face, he looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Senior brother, can you wait a little longer before making a move? Don't worry after I'm done. I definitely won't let you make a move." He knew that he was definitely not Xiaoyang's opponent. However, since it was rare for him to come in, he naturally didn't want to leave so easily. Moreover, if he was the first person to be eliminated, he would definitely be looked down upon in the future and would probably be blacklisted by the sect. Therefore, even if he was eliminated, he would try his best to be the last to leave. Taking advantage of this time, he could also enjoy the magnificent scenery in the array. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, but did not directly refuse. He coughed and said, "Senior brother, this is not impossible. However, you're occupying my mountain, you see? I understand. Thank you, senior brother." The odd job disciple immediately understood Xiaoyang's meaning. After laughing, he hurriedly took out spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them to Xiaoyang. He was just a lowly odd job disciple. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have a huge wealth. 3 to 5 spirit stones was already considered a big deal. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope senior brother doesn't mind. This is a small token of my appreciation, he said somewhat embarrassedly with an awkward expression. Xiaoyang didn't continue to make things difficult for him. After taking away a few spirit stones, he sat cross-legged on the spot and waited silently. During this period, he saw that there were people who launched a decisive battle on the neighboring mountain. Some people lost, some won. Those who lost would immediately be sent out, and those who won would soon have a new opponent. Therefore, Xiaoyang was even more lazy to make a move. Wouldn't it be better to just quietly wait for victory like this? Why do we have to fight and kill? Of course, some of the high-spirited odd job disciples who wanted to show off their strength did not think so, especially the dozen or so people who had been demoted from outer sect disciples to odd job disciples. They relied on their martial ancestor realm cultivation to sweep through everything. Anyone they saw would be defeated with a flick of a finger. As for the gap between the mountain peaks, it was not difficult for them at all, because they could fly to another mountain peak and defeat the odd job disciple on the mountain peak. Hundreds of odd job disciples had been defeated by them. Supervisor Zhang, Big Thief Liu, Little Thief Liu, and Little Monkey gathered together to face their opponents. Many opponents were defeated by them. Cough, cough. Senior brother, it's about time. Nearly 1,000 people have left. Xiao Yang coughed dryly and reminded his opponent. I understand. I will leave now. After the servant disciple responded, he slapped his own chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he shouted loudly, Senior brother, you're so strong. I admit defeat. I've lost. Woo woo! As his voice rang out, a ray of light swept down and enveloped the servant disciple, instantly teleporting him away. Xiao Yang released his divine sense. It spread to a distance of 100,000 feet and saw Pang Huashan, Pang Duan, and Feng Baldi. The three of them were fighting hard. It seemed that they were not at a disadvantage and were not in danger. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. In fact, Xiao Yang could have used the greater teleportation technique to teleport them away. Chapter 689. However, this way, Wu Hua would definitely discover his identity. If the Sky Sect was alerted, then it would be troublesome. Not only would his life be in danger, but even his master's wife, Ling Long, would be harmed. However, it didn't matter. Zhan Ruxiwe had given him a lot of magic treasures and talismans, including a flying sky wolf. He summoned the flying sky wolf. Looking at the flying sky wolf in front of him, he couldn't help but think of his pet beasts, the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and the flamingo. It had been so long, and he didn't know how they were doing. Flying sky wolf, I'll have to trouble you to take me there. I'll go find a few friends, and these spirit stones will be yours. Xiao Yang said to the flying sky wolf. These spirit stones were left behind by the opponent just now, so Xiao Yang didn't feel any heartache. Besides, he didn't need spirit qi to cultivate at all. He only needed enough poison qi. The flying sky wolf was originally given to Xiao Yang by Zhan Ruxiwe, so it would listen to Xiao Yang's orders. Naturally, the flying sky wolf wouldn't disobey, not to mention that Xiao Yang still had spirit stones to give. This made the flying sky wolf very excited, and its eyes lit up. Without saying a word, it opened its mouth and swallowed the spirit stones into its stomach. Then it let out a few howls. Then the flying sky wolf released its demonic qi, and its body suddenly expanded, becoming 10 feet tall. Without saying a word, Xiao Yang directly jumped on its back and then guided the flying sky wolf. Along the way, no one dared to provoke Xiao Yang. As soon as they saw Xiao Yang's mount, they knew that Xiao Yang's background was extraordinary. Not everyone could have a mount, and this mount was a 5th-level martial master. Even if there were a few 9th-level martial master servant disciples, they would give way to him. One had to know that for someone like Xiao Yang who had a strong background, even if he was defeated here, once he got out, he would definitely seek revenge. Therefore, Xiao Yang's journey was smooth. In less than a few minutes, they were already in the air above the huge mountain. White clouds floated above the mountain. Xiao Yang was hiding on top of the clouds. He was not in a hurry to go down. He just calmly watched the battle below. Judging from the current battle, Pang Danshan was struggling. He was at a disadvantage. Under the fierce attacks of the other side, it was very likely that he would not be able to hold on. Both of them were in the 6th stage of the martial master realm, but Xiao Yang knew that Pang Danshan had only recently advanced to the 6th stage. His foundation wasn't solid yet, and he hadn't grasped a high-grade martial skill. At most, he was a mid-grade yellow-rank martial artist. Furthermore, his opponent was already a veteran 6th-level martial grandmaster. He had even learned a black class martial skill and was extremely powerful. under his tyrannical attacks, Pang Dashin would not be able to hold on for long. "Since you are sincere in helping me, I will help you today," Xiao Yang muttered. He rode on the flying wolf and slowly descended from the sky, landing on the mountain top. With Xiao Yang's arrival, the two sides immediately stopped fighting and retreated more than 30 meters. They were worried that someone would sneak an attack on them. Before they figured out who it was, they naturally wouldn't give up their backs. "Brother Bai, it's you? You're here? Oh my God, it's great to see you. Are you all right?" Haha. When Pang Dashin saw that Xiao Yang was safe and sound, his expression became emotional and his eyes revealed excitement. From the moment he entered, he had been worried about Xiao Yang's situation. He didn't expect that Xiao Yang would personally come to find him. No, even he didn't have the ability to jump over the abyss to reach the other mountain. How could this Xiao Yang have the ability to jump over the abyss? "Brother Bai, you can actually jump over the abyss and the cliff?" Pang Dashin asked in disbelief. He looked at Xiao Yang with a face full of shock and disbelief. Even his opponent's face was full of shock. From the moment they entered, unless it was a teleportation array, they hadn't seen anyone who could jump over the abyss and the cliff. To be able to fly between the mountain peaks, one must at least have the cultivation of a martial arts great master. Gulp. Pang Dashin's opponent couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His face was full of fear. It was already very difficult to deal with Pang Dashin. Now there was an unfathomable opponent. There was no way they could fight this battle. Xiao Yang chuckled and looked gently at Pang Dashin. He smacked his lips and said, "Brother Pang, you're really good. Not only did your cultivation improve quickly, even your battle strength is so strong. It's really impressive." Hee, Pang Dashin laughed foolishly and continued, "Brother Bai, it's all because you wanted me to. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had such an opportunity and good fortune. I should be grateful to you. All right, let's not talk anymore. It's time for the trial. Let's team up against the enemy." Xiao Yang spoke slowly and stood side by side with Pang Dashin. His gaze landed on the enemy. The 6th-level martial arts great master, servant, disciple had an unpleasant look on his face. He had a complicated expression. After hesitating for a while, he cursed angrily and said, "I admit defeat, Sai." He felt helpless. He had thought he could defeat Pang Dashin and pass the trial. He didn't expect the unfathomable Xiao Yang to appear. Furthermore, when he saw the flying wolf under Xiao Yang, he didn't even have the courage to fight. As the servant disciple admitted defeat, the light of teleportation immediately descended and engulfed him, instantly teleporting him away from this place. "Brother Pang, you're really good. You even have a pet beast like the flying wolf. I'm so jealous," Pang Dashin said excitedly. Because of Xiao Yang's help, he was able to easily turn the tables and chase away his opponent. Needless to say, he was extremely excited. "Brother Pang, what's there to be jealous of? When we become outer sect disciples together, we'll work hard to complete missions and we'll be able to exchange for a pet beast." Xiao Yang comforted him. After all, this pet beast was temporarily lent to him by Zhan Rushue. Thus, he couldn't let Pang Dashin ride it. As for the flying heavenly wolf, only Pang Huanshan was interested in it. Xiao Yang had never placed it in his eyes. He still had the flamingo and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, both of which were powerful existences at the 5th or 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. When a person's standards were high and his horizons were broadened, he would see things differently. Yes. Brother Bai is right. Haha. Pang Dashin suddenly became excited. Even if he was alone, he had the ability to protect himself among the many servant disciples. Now that he had a helper of the same strength, he was practically invincible. Oh, and he also had a 5th-level martial master pet beast. "Brother Pang, you wait here. I'll go check on your big brother," Xiao Yang instructed before continuing to ride on the flying wolf. The reason why he wanted to help Pang Duan was partly because of Pang Dashin's face. On the other hand, he felt guilty. Previously, he had gotten Pang Duan drunk and took the opportunity to take his identity token to enter the Phoenix prison. Although Xiaoyang didn't say it out loud, he still felt guilty. Chapter 690. After flying for 2 to 3 breaths, Xiaoyang arrived at the peak of the mountain where Pang Wan was. Pang Wan was currently facing a martial ancestor, martial master. Although the opponent's cultivation wasn't the highest, his martial skills were strong and his movement technique was quite good. He also had a lot of battle experience, so Pang Wan couldn't take him down in a short time. Just when the two sides were evenly matched, Xiaoyang arrived. Without saying anything, he asked the Flying Wolf to help. The Flying Sky Wolf was a level 5 martial master demonic beast. Under the eruption of its demonic power, it instantly forced the enemy to retreat. In addition, Pang Wan took the opportunity to attack from the side. The enemy could not hold on for more than 10 breaths of time before immediately admitting defeat. Damn despicable. The opponent was quickly sent out by the teleportation array, and his elimination was announced. Before he left, he didn't forget to curse Xiaoyang a few times. Xiaoyang didn't mind. He rubbed his nose and laughed. "Brother Bai, you're here? Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him." After stabilizing his injuries, Pang Wan hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to Xiaoyang with a face full of gratitude. He was also shocked. Where did Xiaoyang get this pet from? It was so strong that it could even carry people across the abyss. If someone told him that Xiaoyang didn't have some background, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "You're too polite. Brother Pang, I'll go help the other brothers. You rest well." Xiaoyang said a few words of courtesy and left the place. After defeating the opponent, the Flying Wolf raised its head and howled twice. Then it proudly wagged its tail at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang chuckled. His eyes were filled with encouragement and affirmation. After instructing the Flying Wolf, it tacitly increased its size and carried Xiaoyang away. When Xiaoyang appeared again, he was already above the mountain peak where Baldi Fong was. When Qiu Feng Huang was a servant, Baldi Fong treated Xiaoyang quite well. Therefore, Xiaoyang would not watch him fail. Looking down from high up in the sky, one could see Baldi Fong fighting with all his might. His opponent was 2 realms higher than him, a 6th-stage martial master. Baldi Fong was only a rank 4 martial master. The reason why he was able to endure for so long was because his opponent was toying with him. It was like toying with a monkey. He was mocking, ridiculing, and constantly trampling on Baldi Fong's dignity and character. This further stimulated Baldi Fong's unyielding willpower. Even though he was severely injured and was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he still did not admit defeat. Not bad, Baldi. You've endured so many of my attacks, yet you're still able to hold on until now. You're the most tenacious person I've ever seen. It's your honor to be defeated by me," the arrogant, black-bearded man said to Baldi Fong. Baldi Fong spat and fiercely said, "What are you so proud of? What are you being so arrogant for? I'm still standing and haven't fallen. I haven't lost yet. It's not certain who's going to win or lose." He was just this stubborn. He was clearly not a match for his opponent. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. However, he still refused to admit defeat. "Humph, then I'll let you have a taste of my power. I'm already tired of playing with you. Naturally, I won't continue playing with you," the black-bearded man sneered. He was also angered by Baldi Fong's stubbornness. After a roar, he suddenly unleashed all of his cultivation. A majestic aura was released from his body. Then he used a profound martial skill, wanting to defeat Baldi Fong in one move. Baldi Fong's eyes were filled with fear. His face was pale. As the person involved, he knew better than anyone that he was not a match for his opponent. He was only holding on. If he did not admit defeat and took the attack head-on, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. "If I die, then I die. Come, people should fight for their pride." In his opinion, pride was more important than his life. How could he admit defeat so easily under the pressure of his opponent's aura? He had already prepared himself for death. When his opponent's attack was inches away, he closed his eyes and waited for death to come. However, at this moment, the oppressive might that was originally crushing his body instantly disappeared, and he even felt his entire body relax. What's going on? I'm not dead, am I? This caused Baldy Fong to be puzzled and shocked. His face was full of surprise. He opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. It was Bai Xiaochun. Xiao Bai, it's you? Oh my God, why are you here? You. The moment he saw Xiao Yang, Baldy Fong did not know what to say. He was shocked, puzzled, surprised, and excited. All kinds of emotions were displayed on his face. When he saw Xiao Yang's pet, he was shocked for a while, then became excited. He reached out his hand and pointed at the flying wolf. He said in surprise, "Oh my God, this is a 5th-level martial ancestor realm flying wolf. Xiao Bai, you have one too?" He could not believe it, even if he was beaten to death. If Xiao Yang was so powerful, how could he be trapped in the phoenix cage as a servant? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared at Xiao Yang with a dumbfounded expression. After Xiao Yang neutralized Blackbeard's martial skill, he turned around and glanced at Baldy Fong. He grinned and said, "Leader, I'm here to save you. Haha, I'll avenge you." After he shouted proudly, he immediately ordered the flying wolf. "Flying wolf, go, bite him." Awoo. After the flying wolf received the order, it howled towards the sky and released its demonic chi. It turned into a ray of light and charged towards Blackbeard. Xiao Yang did not stay idle. He also released his cultivation of a 6th-level martial master and used the Soul Fall Hand martial skill. Terrifying palm prints flew out from his body and instantly covered a radius of 10 feet. Blackbeard's expression changed greatly. He was overwhelmed with shock. When Xiao Yang appeared to neutralize his martial skill, he knew that this person was not simple. However, he did not expect this person to be so powerful. Faced with the combined attack of Xiao Yang and the flying wolf, he quickly took out a magic treasure to defend himself and released a defensive light shield at the same time. After holding on for 2 to 3 breaths of time, he was still heavily injured. Seeing that Xiao Yang and the flying wolf were about to attack again, he immediately panicked and admitted defeat. I admit defeat. You guys are awesome. After all, this was a competition. There was no need to give up his life here. As long as he was alive, he could wait for the next competition. After he admitted defeat, his figure was quickly sent out. Chapter 691. Congratulations, team leader. You've won. After Blackbeard left, Xiao Yang smiled and congratulated Baldy Fong. Just like before, he had the same fawning smile on his face as he did before. This made Baldy Fong excited, but at the same time complicated. From this battle, he could see Xiao Yang's loyalty. At the same time, he could see Xiao Yang's valiance and strength. In the cultivation world, the one with the biggest fist was the boss. Baldy Fong no longer dared to be Xiao Yang's team leader. Xiao Bai. Oh no, Brother Bai, from now on, I think we should call each other brothers. Previously, I went overboard by asking you to serve me tea. From now on, I'll call you Brother Bai. When it's my turn to serve you tea, how about it? Baldy Fong hurriedly said to Xiao Yang. With a difference in strength, the relationship between the two sides would naturally change accordingly. This was the way to survive. Otherwise, one day, they would not even know how they died. Xiao Yang did not know what to say. He could only rub his nose and awkwardly said, "Team leader, I'll do as you say. I'll take my leave first." After he said this, he let the flying wolf carry him away. Actually, with Xiao Yang's cultivation of the 7th stage martial ancestor realm, he could fly as he pleased. He could go to any mountain he wanted. However, if he did so, people would definitely suspect his identity. Thus, even if Xiao Yangkong had cultivation and powerful martial skills, he could not use them. He could only suppress his own cultivation and play the role of a servant like a grandson. With the help of the flying heavenly wolf, Xiao Yang soon arrived at a battlefield. This battlefield was very interesting. It was not like the one-on-one fights from before. There were more than 20 people fighting in this battlefield. One of the teams was led by Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, Big Thief Lu, and Little Thief Lu. Relying on their previous fierce reputation, they gathered more than 10 odd job disciples and gathered together. They were also facing a team. The leader of this team had a terrifying cultivation of the 8th level martial master. This terrifying servant disciple was the kind of person who often focused on cultivating in seclusion. Judging from the current situation, Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, and the others were in a bad situation. Although they had a lot of people, their cultivations were not high enough. An 8th level martial master could beat all of them, not to mention that he had gathered more than 10 subordinates. Let's retreat, boss. We can't hold on any longer. Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu screamed miserably. There were obvious wounds on their cheeks and bodies. They were dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Supervisor Zhang looked at the many odd job disciples who had followed him falling to the ground one by one. His face was filled with grief and indignation, and his eyes turned red. He roared angrily, "No one can retreat. Fight, fight to the death. Even if we lose, we have to show our backbone and avenge the other junior brothers who were eliminated." All of a sudden, many people's hearts were united, and their wills were like a stronghold. Even their leader was not afraid of death and was even willing to fight for his brothers. As his subordinates, they naturally had to do the same. As a result, the situation on the battlefield became even more severe. Supervisor Zhang was fighting on the front line, firmly holding back the enemy's only expert. The injuries on his body were also increasing. Little Monkey was also a loyal master. He followed Supervisor Zhang without retreating a single step. Occasionally, when he saw an opportunity, he would harass the opponent. If he saw that Supervisor Zhang was about to be hit, he would hastily run up and take the attack. On the other hand, the two people who were shouting the most fiercely, Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu, when they saw that the situation was not optimistic, they had thoughts of retreating. They took advantage of the time when Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, and the others were fighting hard to slowly retreat, as if they wanted to leave the battlefield. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up, revealing a smile that was not a smile. He calmly looked at the scene in front of him from the air, not in a hurry to make a move. He was only concerned about Supervisor Zhang. As for Little Monkey, it was fine if he helped him out. Supervisor Zhang had taken care of Xiaoyang before. For example, the matter of Qiufeng Huang and the other 2 evil women was suppressed by Supervisor Zhang. This kindness had to be returned. As for Little Monkey had never thought of being enemies with Xiaoyang. Therefore, Xiaoyang found him pleasing to the eye. As for Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu, Xiaoyang did not care about them. The battle on the battlefield was still continuing, becoming more and more tragic. The number of people who were injured increased, and the number of people who were eliminated also increased by several times. After about 2 minutes, there were only 5 or 6 people left on the battlefield. Almost everyone else had been eliminated. Because so many people from both sides had been eliminated, they were not in a hurry to make a move. They were tired from fighting. Their hands were on their knees, bent over and gasped for breath. Their faces were full of tears, and the clothes on their backs were soaked with sweat. Big Thief Lu, Little Thief Lu, your grandpa, why are you hiding behind? Do you think I didn't see you? I'm fighting to the death in front, and you want to slip away? Supervisor Zhang took advantage of this rest time to directly scold Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu. His expression was angry, and his bell-like eyes were wide open, as if he was about to swallow someone. If it were not for these 2 fellows being passive and lazy, how could so many people on his side have been eliminated? When he thought of this, Supervisor Zhang became angry. Even when the Little Monkey looked at them, it also became unpleasant to the eye. Although his cultivation was not as high as Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu, he was still on the front line with Supervisor Zhang. His injuries were the most serious on the battlefield, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. He did not say a word and looked like he wanted to fight to the death with Supervisor Zhang. This moved Supervisor Zhang to death. He looked at Little Monkey with a reluctant face and said, "Little Monkey, that's enough. Admit defeat and go out. Don't be stubborn. I won't let you fail in vain. Even if I have to do my best, I will make them pay." "No, boss, I want to fight to the death with you. I will never admit defeat," Little Monkey said with a sense of loyalty. "Have you rested enough? If you've rested enough, then continue." "Humph, none of you can escape." The 8th stage martial master, Lu Xiaochong, said with a sinister smile. His tone was also filled with anger. Originally, he only planned to defeat a few people to show off his might and raise his prestige a little. However, the other party was so ruthless that they almost eliminated all his subordinates, making him a commander without an army. How could he endure this? Wind come. His cultivation of the 8th stage martial master was fully displayed. His hands quickly formed a seal and used a martial skill. In an instant, an astonishing gale was set off within a radius of 1,000 feet. It whistled and swept over. Wherever it passed, the white clouds were blown away. In addition, the dust on the ground was blown up. The fierce wind made it hard for people to open their eyes. Chapter 692. Boss, let's retreat. We're no match for them. Where there's life, there's hope. Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu panicked when they saw how powerful the opponent's martial skill was. They were the ones who wanted to retreat from the beginning. Now, they were even more determined to retreat. When Supervisor Zhang saw this, he was instantly enraged. He immediately scolded them. "Why are you retreating? At most, you'll be eliminated. Do you have any backbone? Let me tell you, once you leave, we'll sever all ties with each other." He hurriedly used his cultivation to support himself. No matter how strong the wind blew, he still didn't move. However, the defensive light shield on his body flickered as if it could collapse at any time. Little Monkey's situation was even worse. His cultivation was the lowest among them. Now he could only lean on Supervisor Zhang's back and barely support himself. Looking at him, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Black blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that his internal organs were damaged. When Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu saw this scene, how could they possibly stay? They didn't even hesitate as they coldly snorted and said, "Humph, Supervisor Zhang, since you said so, then let's cut off all ties between us. Let's go." After Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu said those words, they hurriedly turned and left. They were afraid that Lu Xiaochong would make them stay. At this moment, their team was fighting among themselves. They had completely shed all pretenses. Who? The strong wind whistled. Even the black clouds in the distance were blown over, causing the sky to darken. Under Lu Xiaochong's continuous infusion of cultivation, the wind became even stronger. Even the mountains in the distance were shaken by the wind. Many rocks fell from the mountains. Hundreds and thousands of flowers and trees were uprooted from the ground and swept into the air. Seeing that Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey couldn't hold on any longer, Xiaoyang sighed and called for the flying wolf. The flying wolf immediately flapped its wings and flew towards Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey. When it reached the two, it exploded its demonic power and swept them on its body, flying away in an instant. The flying wolf was good at flying. Under the effect of the wind, its flying speed was extremely fast and agile. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of feet away and appeared beside Xiaoyang. "Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, how have you been?" Flying Wolf put the two of them down and returned to Xiaoyang's side. Xiaoyang smiled as he looked at the two who had just been rescued. "Junior Bai, it's you? Oh my God, why are you here? Oh, were you the one who saved us? This is too inconceivable. Is this Flying Wolf your pet? I really couldn't tell that you were hiding your strength. Haha, I'm so happy to see you." The moment Supervisor Zhang saw Xiaoyang, he felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe all of this. At the same time, he was even more determined to be on good terms with Xiaoyang. Fortunately, he was on good terms with Xiaoyang before. Otherwise, he was afraid that this time he would have fallen here. Junior brother Bai, thank you so much this time. If not for your help, we would have been eliminated. Supervisor Zhang smiled and expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyang. Little Monkey rolled his eyes and also said to Xiaoyang, Senior brother Bai, this is a great kindness. I will remember it for the rest of my life. He originally entered the Sky Sect earlier than Xiaoyang and had more experience. However, in terms of strength and kindness, he was far inferior to Xiaoyang. Therefore, he could only voluntarily lower his status and posture. The danger hasn't been resolved yet. Don't be happy too early. Senior brothers, let's wait and see. Hearing Xiaoyang's words of comfort, Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey both let out a sigh of relief. From this, they could tell that Xiaoyang wasn't arrogant because of his talent, nor did he bully others. He was even so humble. This kind of person was too rare. Yes. Senior brother Bai is right. Supervisor Zhang also lowered his posture and addressed Xiaoyang as senior brother. Little Monkey also agreed with Xiaoyang. Under their gazes, they saw Lu Xiaochong angrily chasing after Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu. Damn it, you actually ran away. Wanna run? I will leave your lives behind. Lu Xiaochong fiercely shouted. He originally used a profound rank martial skill and was confident that he could take down Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey. However, these two people were actually rescued. This caused his anger to erupt to an unparalleled level. He originally wanted to chase after these two people and ruthlessly take revenge. However, when he saw Flying Wolf and Xiaoyang, these two experts, he hesitated. Under the shame and anger, for the sake of his face, he temporarily didn't dare to offend Xiaoyang and the others. He could only vent all his anger and hatred on Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu. The three people chased for a few breaths of time. Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu were immediately caught by Lu Xiaochong. Still running? Let's see where you can run to. Lu Xiaochong snorted heavily. His figure had already arrived in front of the two of them, blocking their path. His majestic cultivation was released, and an astonishing pressure crushed down on their bodies, causing Lu Xiaochong and Lu Xiaochong to feel a huge pressure. Senior brother, we have no grievances in the past. Why do you have to force us? As the saying goes, leave a way out for others, so that we can meet again in the future. Why don't we just let it go today? Later, we will set up a table and invite senior brother to have a meal. What do you think? Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu knew that they weren't Lu Xiaochong's opponent. They hurriedly lowered their heads and compromised, indicating that they were willing to apologize. It was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. This humble attitude fell into the eyes of Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey. The two of them couldn't help but snort coldly. Previously, they had seen that Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu were afraid of death. They didn't expect them to be so spineless. At most, they would be eliminated in this competition. Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey looked down on these two people. Their faces were ugly and their eyes were filled with anger. Previously, they had almost turned against Xiaoyang because of these two people. This made Supervisor Zhang's heart full of guilt. He felt that he had let Xiaoyang down. As the saying goes, the wind knows the strong grass. Time reveals a person's heart. He suddenly felt that Xiaoyang was much more noble and reliable than them. It's not too much to kill them, Supervisor Zhang said fiercely. His eyes were cold and disdainful. Xiaoyang didn't care about Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu's life. He curled his lips and turned around, pretending that he didn't see them. He didn't think of himself as a saint. He didn't save anyone he saw. He remembered that when they signed up for the competition, Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu had threatened, warned, and ridiculed them. Now that they had fallen into such a predicament, they had only themselves to blame, especially their cowardice and lack of loyalty. Xiaoyang despised them even more. His face was full of disdain. Chapter 693. Lu Xiaochong laughed sinisterly and teased, "It's not that I can't let you go, but I have a condition." He rolled his eyes as if he had thought of a fun idea. "What condition?" "No matter what the condition is, we will agree to it. Senior brother, please be magnanimous and let us go." Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu looked at each other and hurriedly expressed their stance, fearing that Lu Xiaochong would misunderstand if they were too late. They also, subconsciously, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was still room for discussion, at least there was still room for negotiation. They were afraid that the other party wouldn't even give them a chance to speak. "My condition is very simple. Between the two of you, I can only let one go, so you can decide who to let go." Lu Xiaochong chuckled, and his teasing expression became even more obvious. Previously, these people had caused him to suffer a great loss, causing all his subordinates to be eliminated. Now, if he didn't trample on and play with them, how could he vent the anger in his heart? As for whether he would let them go in the end, it was not up to Lu Xiaochong. Lu Xiaochong didn't think that he was a trustworthy person. This is killing someone's heart. Supervisor Zhang, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but mutter to himself, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Although he had clearly said that he had severed ties with Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu, these two people had followed him for many years, and the friendship between them was naturally not something that could disappear with a few words. Now that he saw the two of them being ridiculed like this, he didn't feel good in his heart. However, he absolutely couldn't save them. After all, he was ashamed of such a cowardly person. Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu looked at each other, and both of them were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Lu Xiaochong's condition was actually this. Then who should leave here? They all wanted to live and leave this place. Therefore, the conflict between them came. It was equivalent to Lu Xiaochong's words completely dividing them, causing them to fight among themselves. This, senior brother, can you change the condition?" Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu looked at Lu Xiaochong with bitter faces. They all wanted to escape, and they didn't want the other party to be in trouble, nor did they want themselves to be in trouble. So this choice was very difficult. Let me tell you, my patience is limited. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still haven't made your choice, I'll immediately take action. Lu Xiaochong's face turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and stared at them sternly. He didn't look like he was lying at all. This immediately caused Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu to panic. They were at a loss. When the 3rd breath was about to pass, they immediately made a choice and said in unison, "Let him stay." They pointed their fingers at each other. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone flies away separately. People like them who are greedy for life and afraid of death would never sacrifice themselves for others. So, in the end, they would still choose to sacrifice others for their own sake. They were that selfish. Great Thief Lu looked at Little Thief Lu in astonishment. Little Thief Lu looked at Great Thief Lu in disbelief. They couldn't understand why the other party would be so heartless as to sacrifice them. "Great Thief, you're actually so shameless. You want to sacrifice me for your own sake? Too despicable. To think that I treated you as my best friend. How dare you treat me like this?" Little Thief Lu was instantly furious. He shouted at Great Thief Lu with a look of righteous indignation. Great Thief Lu was the same. He was also flustered and exasperated. He shouted, "Little Thief Lu, you still have the nerve to criticize me. I usually take care of you. At this critical moment, I don't ask you to repay my kindness. But can you please not frame me? However, you're such an ungrateful person. You want to sacrifice me for your own sake? You're really too disappointing. You're talking nonsense. You're obviously selfish. You're greedy for life and afraid of death. You're a selfish person. What right do you have to criticize others?" Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu had an argument with each other. Under the argument, anger rose. They cursed each other loudly. Then they couldn't help but attack each other. Well, you dare to attack me? I'm not easy to bully. Then let the fist decide the truth. The two of them stopped running. They hated each other. They both circulated their cultivation and launched their attacks with their fists and feet. At first, they held back. However, after injuring one of them, that person also began to explode with full strength. This way, there was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. They were both fighting to the death. Rumbling sounds echoed. They used their fatal killing moves. They both wanted to kill each other as soon as possible. As for the many years of friendship, it disappeared just like that. Lu Xiaochong smiled and crossed his arms as he watched. The more he watched, the more excited he became. The mockery in his eyes became even more intense. As for Supervisor Zhang, he shook his head and sighed. His face revealed the vicissitudes of life. Little Monkey's expression was complicated. He didn't say a word. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Yang looked as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't even look at it. After all, his true identity was the direct disciple of the poison sect master. He was also a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. His vision was extremely high. How could he care about a battle between martial masters? In his eyes, everyone below the martial arts grandmaster was an ant. For example, would you care about ants fighting? After the conflict between Great Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu broke out, the battle lasted for about half a cup of tea's time before it gradually came to an end. In the end, it was Great Thief Lu who was a step ahead and heavily injured Little Thief Lu. Little Thief Lu was beaten to the point that he didn't have the strength to fight back. He was almost paralyzed on the ground. His face was pale, and he looked at Great Thief Lu in despair. His eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. Very good. I've said it before. Only one of you can stay. Hurry up. My time is limited. I'll give you 10 more breaths of time. Lu Xiaochong chuckled. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing an expression that was not a smile. He liked it when these people killed each other. Who asked them to be so hypocritical? They looked like they were willing to die for each other. Now he could see their fake faces. Great Thief Lu heard the ultimatum. He only had 10 breaths of time. His heart tightened and pain appeared on his face. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression, and his temperament was cold. Then he walked towards Little Thief Lu step by step. He raised his right hand and condensed a terrifying cultivation power. As long as this slap landed, he would definitely be able to kill Little Thief Lu. You really want to kill me? Little Thief Lu was still unwilling. He stared blankly at Great Thief Lu, who was gradually approaching him, and slowly spoke. Seeing that Great Thief Lu didn't say a word, he couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. It was as if he was on the verge of death, recalling the memories of his life. It was a pity that he had always treated Lu Xiaochong as a friend of life and death. He didn't expect that in the end he would die at Lu Xiaochong's hands. He was really too stupid. Chapter 694. I want to live. One is for you to accept your death willingly, and the other is for you to resist. Choose for yourself. At this moment, Thief Lu became cold and heartless. In order to live selfishly, he even wanted to kill his best friend. Thief Lu just kept smiling foolishly. Then he watched Thief Lu make his move. When he felt the aura of death descending, he closed his eyes in despair. However, he did not die because someone had intercepted Great Thief Lu. It was Xiaoyang. Who would have thought that this person who was least likely to appear would actually appear? This caused Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, Big Thief Lu, Little Thief Lu, and even Lu Xiaochong to be extremely shocked. They looked at Xiaoyang in astonishment, not knowing what Xiaoyang wanted to do. As senior brother by W. What's wrong? Although Thief Lu was saved and did not die, he looked at Xiaoyang and did not know what to say. Thief Lu was also shocked. He looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief and snorted coldly. Bai, what are you doing here? Do you want to die? As long as he killed Lu Yi, he would be able to escape. However, Xiao Yang stood out and interfered, which made him very unhappy. Xiao Yang ignored him and only smiled coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He looked at Lu Xiaochong, who was not far away, and said slowly, Senior brother, why don't we just let this matter go? Otherwise, once we join forces, you'll be in trouble. Thief Lu had an idea. He looked at Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey and hurriedly said, Yes, let's fight to the death. He finally understood. There was only a way to survive if they fought to the death. Otherwise, they would be divided and killed one by one. Thief Lu also reluctantly came to his senses. His eyes flashed, and he looked at Thief Lu with a guilty expression. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, I'm also willing to fight to the death. In just a few breaths of time, Xiaoyang had complete control of the situation. There were so many of them, and they even had pet beasts. If they fought to the death, even if they failed, they would definitely make Lu Xiaochong lose a piece of meat. Lu Xiaochong couldn't help but narrow his eyes and glance at Xiaoyang with interest. He stared at him for a long time without moving. Because he didn't make a move, Xiaoyang, Supervisor Zhang, and the others didn't make a move either. The atmosphere was so strange and quiet. No one knew what would happen next. It was possible that a great battle would continue, and it was also possible that the matter would be left unsettled. Everyone was waiting patiently. After 20 breaths of time, Lu Xiaochong seemed to have made a decision. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Hua's majestic lion roar came from the sky. Disciples in the formation, you have passed the test. Please come out now. Following Wu Hua's words, beams of light descended and enveloped everyone. Then they were teleported out. When Xiaoyang and the others reappeared, they were already in the arena. They were standing in the same spot as before, as if they had never left their original spot. Who? Thief Lu, Supervisor Zhang, and Little Monkey all breathed heavily. Their faces were filled with joy. If it wasn't for Wu Hua's timely announcement, they would have had to fight Lu Xiaochong. At that time, the outcome in life and death would be unknown. Although they were saved and had passed the first trial, their relationship had changed. They had become estranged and wary of each other. Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey formed a group, but they were hostile and disdainful towards Thief Lu and Thief Lu. There was no friendship between Thief Lu and Thief Lu. They were both wary of each other, and their eyes became cold. It could be said that they had completely broken off their relationship. Brother Bai, you also came out? That's great. We've all passed the first test. There are only 200-odd job disciples left. If we win another round, we'll be promoted to Outer Sect disciples. Pang Dashin walked to Xiaoyang's side and laughed at Xiaoyang. He was very excited. Supervisor Zhang and Little Monkey also walked forward and expressed their gratitude toward Xiaoyang. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's help, they might have died inside. Baldy Fong and Pang Wan also smiled and walked forward. They cupped their fists toward Xiaoyang and bowed. Although they didn't say anything, their gratitude was obvious. They all treated Xiaoyang as the central character. Xiaoyang returned their greetings and slowly said, This is the result of your hard work. If you want to thank someone, thank yourselves. The next test is very important, so you all have to work hard. After they chatted for a while, they heard Wu Hua's clear voice. Next, you all will have a duel. The winner will be promoted to Outer Court Disciple, and the loser will be eliminated. As his words fell, he formed a seal with one hand and pointed. Suddenly, a high platform appeared in the empty arena. There were more than 100 of them, and each of them had light flowing around them. Draw lots to determine your opponents. Number 1 will fight against number 2. Number 3 will fight against number 4, and so on. Wu Hua said with a smile. Then he waved his hand, and streaks of light landed in front of everyone. Xiaoyang reached out and took it. he saw a number 10. His opponent was number 9. Sweeping his eyes around, he saw that the people who got their numbers were circulating their cultivation and using their movement techniques. They flew onto the high platform. Someone even shouted from the high platform, "I am number 1, number 2, come up quickly." Many people were looking for their opponents. Xiaoyang soon noticed Big Thief, Lu, on one of the high platforms. That bastard was actually shouting loudly, "I am number 9. Number 10. Quickly come up and accept your death." It was obvious how domineering he was. He was only a 6th level martial ancestor realm cultivator. There were many people stronger than him. Looking at the more than 10 martial ancestor realm experts, they were all silent and kept a low profile. They either crossed their arms or calmly waited for their opponents to come up. They were neither warm nor angry, neither arrogant nor domineering. In comparison, many people felt that Thief Lu was extremely abominable. "This guy is the most annoying. I'll go up and kick you down," Xiaoyang said slowly. Then he used his movement technique and jumped onto the high platform in an instant. He walked in front of Thief Lu. "What? It's you? Bai Xiaochun, how is this possible? You are number 10? When Thief Lu saw that the person who came was Xiaoyang, he could not believe it. This was too much of a coincidence. However, it was good that Xiaoyang came. This Xiaoyang had ruined his plans time and time again. It was a good opportunity to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. "Bai Xiaochun, you teamed up with Pang Daoshan to deal with me before. In the formation, you even stopped me from killing Thief Lu. Do you have a grudge against me? This time, let's settle the old and new grudges together. Go to hell, humph." Chapter 695. Thief Lu said fiercely to Xiaoyang with a ferocious expression. This Xiaoyang ruined his plans every few days, and he could not tolerate it anymore. This time, he would use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. He was now a rank 6 martial master. Although he was not the strongest among the servant disciples, he was definitely not the weakest. He remembered clearly that when he fought with Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang was not his opponent. This meant that his cultivation was not as good as his. In the end, he had to join forces with Pang Danshan to defeat him. "Bai Xiaochun, let's see who can save you this time." Thief Lu shouted proudly. His eyes were full of ridicule. He wanted to tease Xiaoyang in front of everyone. It's still unknown who will win. "Senior brother, do your parents know that you are so proud?" Xiaoyang laughed without the slightest fear. He did not put the other party's threat in his eyes. His expression was full of contempt. Not to mention one Thief Lu. Even if there were 100 Thief Lu, Xiaoyang was confident that he could take them down. Thief Lu did not know how strong the person he was facing was. He thought that he was infallible and narcissistic. Then don't be long-winded. Please don't dodge. Thief Lu heard Xiaoyang's arrogant and domineering words and could not help but snort coldly. He immediately circulated his cultivation and launched an attack at Xiaoyang. What he was using was a set of fist techniques. Each of his moves contained a terrifying cultivation. Once one was hit, it would be as if they were hit by a force of 10,000 caddies. Xiaoyang smiled contemptuously. He also used his cultivation to fight with the other party. He hadn't learned the Sky Sect's fist and foot techniques, but it didn't matter. With his nimble movements, the opponent couldn't hurt him at all. He could dodge nimbly and occasionally launch a counterattack. If he couldn't dodge, he would use the cultivation of a rank 6 martial master and hit the opponent with a palm. "Let's see where you can hide. Humph." "Great thief," Lu said ferociously. Then he sealed off Xiaoyang's path of retreat and fiercely attacked. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Xiaoyang's movements were nimble and agile. Since he couldn't hold his opponent back, he might as well charge head-on. He wanted to completely crush Xiaoyang with his absolute advantage. Why would I need to hide? I just wanted to give in before. It's never a bad thing to be humble. Xiaoyang chuckled. Since he couldn't dodge, he didn't try to dodge. He suddenly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched his opponent. With a loud bang, both of them felt the impact of the recoil and couldn't help but take a few steps back. What? You're actually a sixth-order martial master? Great thief, Lu retreated more than 10 steps before he stood still. His face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. It was as if he couldn't imagine that Xiaoyang had such a cultivation. One had to know that the cultivation of a rank 6 martial master was not something that could be broken through just because one wanted to. Take Great Thief Lu, for example. It took him decades to break through to this cultivation realm. During this time, he had used up a lot of heavenly treasures and countless cultivation resources. However, Xiaoyang had just entered the chores department and was already qualified to fight with him. How could he not be shocked and angry? You didn't expect it, did you? That's why I said it's better to be humble. Who knows if the people around you are martial arts grandmasters? Why are you so arrogant and domineering? Aren't you digging your own grave? Xiaoyang teased the other party with a mocking smile on his face. In fact, the recoil from the fight just now was nothing to him. He didn't need to retreat at all. It was just that this scene was hosted by Wu Hua, so in order to hide it better, he imitated Wu Hua and retreated again and again. As Xiaoyang and Great Thief Lu were having a war of words, Xiaoyang noticed that Wu Hua's divine sense and gaze swept over. He kept probing Xiaoyang and then probing Great Thief Lu. He thought that it was just an ordinary probing. As long as it was done, this gaze would leave. However, when Wu Hua's divine sense left Great Thief Lu, it immediately shifted to Xiaoyang. This made Xiaoyang's heart skip a beat. He felt that something was wrong and thought to himself, "Have I been discovered?" After waiting for a long time, he didn't see any movements from Wu Hua. This made Xiaoyang breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Xiaoyang and Wu Hua both knew how strong the hatred between them was, they would fight to the death. It's a bit strange. After Wu Hua noticed Xiaoyang in the air, he probed for a while before saying this. No matter how he looked, he felt that Xiaoyang was somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen this smell before. However, this was just an illusion of his sixth sense. There was no real evidence. If there was no definite evidence, he couldn't wrongly accuse a disciple with potential. He was afraid that people would not be convinced. After all, his family spent a lot of energy to compete for the position of host. Naturally, he had to dress up this matter beautifully. "You, go and bring me that person's identity information." Wu Hua withdrew his divine sense from Xiaoyang's body, but he was still brooding in his heart. He then pointed to one of the accompanying disciples and gave an order. The disciple naturally didn't dare to disobey. He responded in a low voice and then used his movement technique to leave. Not long after, he reappeared next to Wu Hua, holding the information in both hands. He handed it to Wu Hua and said, "Senior brother Wu Hua, I have the information about Bai Xiaochun." Wu Hua nodded and reached out to take the information in the other's hand. He then lowered his head to read it. The more he read, the more he frowned. There seemed to be something wrong, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any flaws. "Senior brother Wu Hua, could it be that you doubt Bai Xiaochun's identity?" One of the attendants asked. Seeing Wu Hua nod, the attendant continued, "Senior brother Wu Hua, I think you are overthinking. This person has an identity token and essence blood. Moreover, he has been in the handyman department and captive phoenix for half a year. He even came with Zhan Rushue and the others. His identity must be real." Since even the attendant said so, Wu Hua put away the information and no longer paid attention to Xiaoyang. The attendant also respectfully retreated to the side and observed the entire scene. Although Wu Hua temporarily gave up probing Xiaoyang's identity, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. His divine sense swept towards Xiaoyang from time to time, but Xiaoyang's performance was normal and there were no flaws, so he had no choice but to withdraw his divine sense. "Bai Xiaochun, even if you have the same cultivation, so what? I'll let you see my martial skill." Great Thief Lu yelled at Xiaoyang unwillingly. Then he immediately executed a high-grade yellow, rank martial skill, wanting to send Xiaoyang flying. Chapter 696. As he circulated his cultivation, his 10 fingers quickly formed a seal. A hammer that was 10 feet in size was condensed out of thin air. This huge hammer was glowing with a bright light. It was majestic. As he pointed with his finger, the hammer smashed down at Xiaoyang with an astonishing aura. The hammer rubbed against the air and let out a rumbling sound. Xiaoyang snorted lightly. His expression was arrogant and somewhat proud. He said coldly, "You think you're the only one who has a martial skill, and I don't? Then I'll let you see what a real martial skill is." As Xiaoyang spoke, Xiaoyang immediately used the profound, ranked martial skill, Soulfall Hand. Ferocious palm prints were released from his body. These tens of thousands of palm prints immediately covered a radius of 100 feet. Among them, there were thousands of palm prints that bombarded the hammer, causing it to explode. In addition, there were even more ferocious palm prints that slammed towards Thief Lu. Big Thief Lu's face turned pale and his expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with fear. For someone like him who had some experience, he could tell at a glance that Xiaoyang's martial skill was of a much higher level than his, and its power was 1 level higher than his. In desperation, he could only defend himself unwillingly. He took out 1 or 2 defensive magic treasures and released his own defensive light shield. He even took out some talismans that he got from an unknown place to strengthen his own defense. However, although these layers of defense looked strong, under the attack of Xiaoyang's Soulfall Hand, these layers of defense collapsed one after another. They were as weak as tofu and could not last for more than 2 breaths of time. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds reverberated. After Soulfall Hand broke through Thief Lu's defense, the palm prints directly bombarded various parts of his body. Thief Lu was directly slammed into a state worse than death. His body was sent flying. While he was still in the air, he could not help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was completely pale. Following a heavy crash, Thief Lu was sent flying off the high platform by Xiaoyang and fell to the ground. Without a doubt, Xiaoyang was the winner. Thief Lu was completely defeated. Moreover, his cultivation was crippled by Xiaoyang. In the future, even if he could still stay in the labor department as a labor disciple, he would probably be bullied by others. Regarding this, Xiaoyang did not have the slightest bit of burden in his heart. Only an arrogant and despotic person like Thief Lu, who bullied innocent people, would receive this kind of karma. Otherwise, who knew how many people would be bullied by him? Good. This junior brother, Bai, is indeed a dragon among men. To be able to use the Soulfall Hand to such a level, it really makes one's eyes light up. This was Yao Chen's praise. Yao Chen had been an outer sect disciple for a long time. He had quite a reputation among the many outer sect disciples. He was not interested in the competition between labor disciples. The reason he happened to see this scene was because he was passing by. Originally, he planned to leave quietly. However, when he saw Xiaoyang's figure, he stopped and took a few more glances. After all, he had some fate with Xiaoyang. They even had some friendship. Previously, Xiaoyang gave him medicinal herbs that allowed him to raise his cultivation by a level. After that, Xiaoyang's performance was also quite outstanding. He had a good character. Therefore, he found Xiaoyang very pleasing to the eye and was also interested in Xiaoyang. He did not expect that Xiaoyang would give him a big surprise. Although he was the one who taught Xiaoyang the Han Luo Hand, even he was unable to unleash the full strength of the Han Luo Hand. Judging from the martial skill that Xiaoyang had just executed, the Han Luo Hand had advanced from the yellow rank upper level to the profound rank. Improving a martial skill was simply unbelievable, not to mention that it was improved by a servant disciple. It should be a coincidence. After Yao Chen sighed with emotion, he remembered Xiaoyang's name and then went to do his own thing. Brother Bai, well done. Brother Bai, you are awesome. Ha ha. Brother Bai, you will definitely become an outer disciple. We will wait for you." After Yao Chun left, there were immediately several voices cheering for Xiaoyang and celebrating for Xiaoyang. Those few people were Zhan Ruxue and the others. When they entered the Sky Sect, they were already outer disciples, unlike Xiaoyang, who had to start as a labor disciple. The starting point was very different. Fortunately, Xiaoyang knew Zhan Ruxue and the others. Zhan Ruxue and the others did their best to help him. When Xiaoyang heard the cheers and saw Zhan Ruxue and the others, his heart was filled with gratitude. Looking at the scene, where else could the outer disciples come to watch? It was only Zhan Ruxue and the others. They probably just arrived not long ago because he did not see them before. They specially came to see Xiaoyang and cheer for Xiaoyang. This friendship should be remembered. "Brother Zhan, brothers, you are finally here. Haha, I didn't disappoint you, right?" After Xiaoyang defeated Thief Liu, his expression also became excited, and he excitedly shouted at the few of them. If this trend continued, Xiaoyang would definitely be able to team up with them to carry out missions. In the void, Wu Hua, who was sitting cross-legged, frowned again. When he looked at Xiaoyang, he had more doubts. He asked an attendant next to him, "What kind of martial skill did Bai Xiaochun use? Why have I never seen it before? Where did he get it?" This was a martial skill that had just barely entered the profound class. Therefore, people like them, who were high and mighty, naturally did not pay attention to it. It was normal that they did not know. The attendant next to him hurriedly stood up and explained, "Senior Brother Wu Hua, this martial skill is Han Luo. He got it from Yao Qin, an outer disciple of the Medicine Pavilion. Bai Xiaochun used to be on duty at the Medicine Pavilion and was in charge of planting spiritual fields. He must have established a friendship with him at that time." Wu Hua nodded and waved his hand, asking him to leave. His doubts were reduced a little, but when he looked at Xiaoyang many times, he felt a little strange. His sixth sense told him that there must be something wrong with Xiaoyang, which made him a little irritated. "Senior Brother Wu Hua, Bai Xiaochun defeated Thief Liu. It stands to reason that he should be announced as the winner." The attendant was stunned for a while and reminded Wu Hua. As the host, Wu Hua did not know how many people were watching. If Wu Hua did not host well, he would definitely be laughed at. After Wu Hua heard the voice, he turned back from his thoughts and looked at Xiaoyang for a while. He really could not figure out anything, so he had to announce, "Platform 10 by Xiaochun wins." "Oh yeah, that's great. So great." Zhan Ruxue and the others were excited, including several female companions. They were all happy for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang directly jumped down from the high platform and pounced on Zhan Ruxue and the others, giving each of them a hug. As for the female companions, they were more reserved and did not hug. They just expressed their gratitude in words. Chapter 697. Brother Zhan, brothers and sisters, thank you so much. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to win this competition. Thank you so much. I'm finally an outer disciple. From now on, we can carry out missions together and cultivate together. Xiaoyang was extremely excited. His face was brimming with a youthful smile. Actually, his heart was filled with bitterness, because only he knew his mission the best. He was afraid that these friends would be implicated by him in the future. Brother Bai, you really didn't disappoint. Haha, the next competition doesn't matter. It's just a matter of ranking. Since you're already in the top 100, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Zhan Ruxue instructed, his expression full of concern. They were very satisfied with Xiaoyang because Xiaoyang had stolen 2 phoenix-tailed chickens. Because of this, he had to bear the responsibility and enter the phoenix prison. However, Xiaoyang had never complained. This kind of friend was naturally worth making. Not to mention, Xiaoyang had gone to brothels with them and punished bullies together. Along the way, they had spent many days and nights together, talking about life and dreams, drinking and having fun together. They were like close brothers. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Yang chuckled. The smile on his face never stopped. However, his heart was full of sighs. How could he not want these friends? However, compared to saving his master's wife, he would still do it without hesitation. As for whether or not he would become their enemy in the future, that was a problem for the future. I'm sorry, my friends. Xiao Yang turned his head, his eyes were wet. He had never forgotten his goal, which was to obtain the positioning stone and sensing talisman as much as possible. He had already set up half of the array formation in the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Once he obtained these two materials, he would be able to complete the array formation. Then he would be able to leave with his master's wife and even the magic treasure Qiu Feng Huang. The other people's matches were not over yet. Xiao Yang was watching and waiting for the third round of the ranking competition. On the high platform, Pang Dashin was facing a rank 4 martial master opponent. After fighting for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Pang Dashin relied on his profound cultivation to hold on until the end. As for his opponent, he had already exhausted his cultivation and could no longer fight, so he could only admit defeat. I won. I won. Brother by big brother, I won. Haha. This battle had been too difficult to win. Even though he was a 5th stage martial master, which was 1 stage higher than his opponent, because he had just advanced, his foundation was not solid, so the battle had been very difficult. If he had won because of his cultivation, he would have lost long ago. Thus, he had won with glory, satisfaction, and pride. Once he won this match, it would be equivalent to him becoming an outer sect disciple. From then on, he would have to bid farewell to being a servant disciple. This was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, a qualitative change. Congratulations, Brother Pang, you've won. Xiao Yang, who was below the high platform, smiled when he saw Pang Daoshan win the match. He rushed over to Pang Daoshan and shouted excitedly. They were so excited that they almost went crazy. Pang Dashin jumped down from the high platform and hugged Xiao Yang. He was too excited. Okay, calm down, calm down. Watch the other matches. Don't affect others. After being excited for a long time, Pang Dashin gradually calmed down. Becoming an outer sect disciple was the dream of many people and the hope of many people. After suffering for so many years, it was finally realized by him. Big brother, you can do it. His gaze fell on Pang Dewan. Pang Dewan had been patrolling the Phoenix prison for many years. His character had long been trained to endure and persevere. Even if the opponent's fighting strength was stronger than his, he would still stubbornly hold on and never admit defeat. After fighting for so long, there were many wounds on his body, dripping with blood. It was a shocking sight. Even his opponent admired his perseverance and ability to take a beating. Big brother! Pang Dashin saw this, and the corners of his eyes became wet. He did not know whether to persuade his big brother to give up or to persuade his big brother to persevere. He could only watch in pain. It was not until 2 hours later that Pang Dewan, whose skin was not intact, finally fell to the ground. His opponent was not relaxed either. Even if he could still stand, he was already panting like a cow. His face was pale and his body was weak. He almost did not even have the strength to stand. When he raised his head, he felt dizzy and staggered a few steps. Pang Dewan, he finally fell. My God, even if I continue to beat you, even if you are not smuggled, I will be exhausted to death. The opponent sighed with emotion. However, before Wu Hua announced the result, in the eyes of the crowd, they saw the fallen Pang Dewan move his fingers, then his toes, and slowly his body also moved. Slowly, slowly, Pang Dewan stood up. What? Wow, how is this possible? This Pang Dewan is like a bull. Facing such a fierce person, I also panic. Many people who had finished their matches, after seeing Pang Dewan's perseverance, were moved and could not help exclaiming, Big brother! Pang Dashin saw this and more tears in the corners of his eyes. Only he knew how much Pang Dewan had suffered for this day and how much he had paid for this dream. Even Zhang Ruxue and the others could not bear to see this. Even Wu Hua was moved and admired Pang Dewan very much. If it were not for the rules, he would have directly announced Pang Dewan's victory. You, damn it, how can you still stand up? Pang Dewan's opponent, after seeing this scene, almost went crazy. In this duel, he was in the absolute offensive side. He kept attacking, and he was almost exhausted. The power of his cultivation was exhausted, but Pang Dewan could still stand up. It was unimaginable. I'll kill you, I'm not reconciled. He shouted and was so angry that he wanted to fight Pang Dewan again. However, he was already tired and seriously injured. Coupled with the outburst of anger and the impact on his mind, he staggered a few steps and fell on the high platform halfway. He pointed at Pang Dewan with a trembling hand and a face full of unwillingness. Then he fainted, perhaps because of anger. Pang Dewan wins. Wu Hua's voice reverberated, and everyone could hear it clearly. Big brother, you won. Big brother, did you hear that? After hearing the result, Pang Dashan rushed to the high platform to check on Pang Dewan's injuries and then helped him heal. I'm fine, don't worry, Pang Dewan said slowly. His voice was extremely weak. His body was covered with blood, and he did not even have the strength to open his eyes. Chapter 698. Xiaoyang helped him down, and the people below made way for him. They all admired Pang Dewan. Not everyone had Pang Dewan's perseverance and ability to take a beating. Zhang Ruxue also took a few more glances at Pang Dewan, then took out a healing pill and handed it to Pang Dewan. Pang Dashan and Pang Dewan were stunned for a moment. Then their faces were filled with surprise. Didn't Zhang Ruxue's actions prove that they were allowed to enter this circle? Thank you, Senior Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Bai. Pang Dashan and Pang Dewan hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Zhang Ruxue and the others. One had to know that even if one was promoted to an outer court disciple, the outer court disciples would still form their own cliques. If one was alone and weak, one would inevitably be bullied by others. However, if one could join a team, then the situation would be very different. Moreover, they also knew that Zhang Ruxue and the others had an elder as their master. Think about it, who would be willing to offend an elder? An elder status was even higher than a pavilion master. After Pang Dewan's injuries stabilized, Xiaoyang and the others' eyes fell on another high platform. That was the platform where Supervisor Zhang was. For this person, whether it was Xiaoyang, Zhang Ruxue, or the others, they all hoped that he would win. Supervisor Zhang's cultivation wasn't high, but it wasn't weak either. His opponent was actually someone he knew, Thief Lu. Thief Lu used to be his follower, but when they were training in the array, they shed all pretense of cordiality. Thief Lu was almost killed by Thief Lu. Fortunately, Xiaoyang stood up and stopped him. Thief Lu, you and I have no feelings for each other anymore. On this high platform, there's no need to hold back. If you kill me, I won't hold a grudge. If I kill you, you deserve it. Supervisor Zhang said coldly. His face was indifferent, and his eyes were emotionless. According to Little Thief Lu's previous temperament, he would naturally prioritize his own interests and take the benefits first. However, after experiencing the internal conflict with Big Thief Lu, his temperament had changed. His gaze shifted from Supervisor Zhang's body to Xiaoyang below the high platform. Then, with a light chuckle, he kowtowed toward Xiaoyang and slowly said, "Many thanks for saving me before. I have returned your kindness." After saying this, he stood up and said to Supervisor Zhang, "I admit defeat." As a result, the battle ended before it even started. Supervisor Zhang became the victor. This made Supervisor Zhang a little dumbfounded. He looked at Thief Lu, then looked at Xiaoyang. He felt a little confused about this society. The matches on the high platform had almost all come to an end. There were only a dozen or so matches that had yet to be decided. One of them was where Baldy Fong was. One had to admit that Baldy Fong was the epitome of dogshit luck. His cultivation was already very weak, only at rank 4 Martial Master. He originally thought that he would definitely be eliminated in this round, but he did not expect that his opponent would be even weaker, only at rank 2 Martial Master. It was only because Baldy Fong's combat strength was not strong that he was able to fight until now. However, if he continued to fight like this, he would win sooner or later. He was already prepared to lose, but when he saw his opponent, he saw hope. Therefore, he did his best to fight. Am I seeing things? There is actually a rank 2 Martial Master who entered the second round. I think that Baldy is really lucky. He met the weakest person. I'm so jealous. Many people let out gasps of surprise. Xiao Yang saw this and did not know whether to laugh or cry. After watching for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the match on the high platform was finally decided. Baldy Fong had won. He had won against an opponent who was 2 ranks lower than him. Moreover, he had barely won. This made Baldy Fong very happy and excited. He did not care how weak his opponent was. Winning and becoming an outer disciple was something to be happy about. Xiao Yang and the others could not laugh. They felt as if they had eaten a fly. What was there to be happy about winning against such a weak opponent? There were even more bizarre matches. The little monkey, a rank 2 Martial Master, had actually won against his opponent. This made everyone feel like they had been F***ed, especially Baldy Fong. He, a rank 4 Martial Master, had barely won against a rank 2 Martial Master. However, this little monkey, a rank 2 Martial Master, had actually won against a rank 4 Martial Master. Hey, I won. Why are you guys not happy? The little monkey limped and hopped over to Xiao Yang and the others. His face was full of smiles. However, no one was able to smile. Instead, they felt even more uncomfortable. Their luck was really incomparable. After Wu Hua announced the results, the third round of the competition was about to begin. The top 100 odd job disciples will be promoted to outer disciples. Next will be the ranking competition. If you want to know your ranking, you can participate, Wu Hua said. After he finished speaking, more than 10 martial ancestor realm disciples flew up to the high platform. Their cultivation was not weak. Naturally, they would fight for a ranking. This ranking would add glory to their future and increase their qualifications. For example, if others asked, they could say that they were first in the odd job disciple competition. Cough, cough. Xiao Yang coughed. His companions all looked at him. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Anyway, we have already become outer disciples. As for the ranking competition, let's go and have some fun. We don't care about the ranking. What if we get first place? In short, if we can't win, just admit defeat. There's no need to hesitate." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They thought carefully and felt that Xiao Yang was right. If they didn't take advantage of the situation, they would be bastards. Although they didn't care about the ranking. What if they got first place? It would be an honorable thing to say. As for failure, it didn't matter. They had already achieved their goal of becoming outer disciples. All that was left was the award ceremony. Yes. Brother Bai is right. This is a profitable business. It would be a waste if we don't do it. The ranking doesn't matter. What if we get lucky? As a person, we have to work hard. Pang Dashin, Pang Dewan, Little Monkey, Supervisor Zhang, and the others were very active. Then, one by one, they climbed up to the high platform with their injured bodies. Xiao Yang also went up to a high platform. Not long after, there was an opponent in front of him. This person looked familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that this was Lu Xiaocheng, a powerful existence of the 8th rank martial master. Well, for an odd job disciple, this cultivation was considered strong. "It's you?" Xiao Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Then he laughed awkwardly and said awkwardly, "What a coincidence, we even bumped into each other here." After all, he had ruined Lu Xiaocheng's plans time and time again. Xiao Yang was also a little embarrassed, not to mention that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. Chapter 699. Xiao Yang was currently playing the role of a servant disciple. His identity was only a sixth-order martial master. If he defeated him like this, it would definitely arouse Wu Hua's suspicion. Perhaps Lu Xiaochong had personally come to find him because of Wu Hua's secret instructions. Xiaoyang and Xiaoyang had to be careful. Humph! Lu Xiaochong coldly snorted. His expression was cold and his temperament was cold. He glared at Xiaoyang and angrily said, "By Xiaochun, how can this not be a coincidence?" Inside the formation, you saved Baldy Fong and the little monkey. You even stopped the fight between Lu Xiaochong and Lu Xiaochong. You offended me this time. You didn't think that you would have such a day. Today, I will teach you a lesson. He was a level 8 martial master. Among the many odd job disciples, he could be considered one of the strongest. Of course, although he couldn't compare to the dozen or so martial ancestors, dealing with a level 6 martial master like Xiaoyang was still a piece of cake. This was the reason why Lu Xiaochong was so arrogant, who told them to have a conflict inside the formation. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, Lu Xiaochong had secretly received Wu Hua's message to challenge Xiaoyang. The reason why he arranged for Lu Xiaochong to test Xiaoyang was because Lu Xiaochong was the most suitable one. Not only did Lu Xiaochong have a grudge with Xiaoyang, his cultivation wasn't too high. If you arranged for a martial ancestor to challenge Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang might just admit defeat. Xiaoyang was also pondering over No Hua's intentions. The other party actually wanted to test him. If he directly admitted defeat, it would seem that there was no problem, but it would definitely increase No Hua's suspicions. If he used his super strength to defeat Lu Xiaochong, it would definitely increase No Hua's suspicions. Therefore, the current plan was to lose beautifully so that no one would be able to see the problem. What are you shouting for? If you have the ability, then bring it on. Humph! Xiaoyang quickly came up with a plan in his heart. Letting out a ruthless remark, he provoked Lu Xiaochong's anger. Lu Xiaochong immediately roared and fiercely rushed forward. Soulful hand. A river. Without saying a word, Xiaoyang directly executed 2 martial techniques to attack Lu Xiaochong. Both of these martial techniques had their origins. They were obtained from the Heaven Sect, so they were not afraid of being investigated or exposing their identities. Of course, Xiaoyang did not expect to be able to defeat Lu Xiaochong with these 2 martial skills. Anyway, as long as he did his best and decisively admitted defeat, it would be fine. Hee, Xiaoyang was praising his own wit. Sure enough, as Xiaoyang had guessed before, when Xiaoyang and Lu Xiaochong fought, Wu Hua's attention and divine sense immediately spread over and carefully observed the battlefield. This confirmed Xiaoyang's conjecture that Wu Hua was indeed suspicious of him. Humph, by Xiaochun, you think you can beat me with just these 2 martial skills? Let me tell you, there's no way. Lu Xiaochong sneered and disdained Xiaoyang's martial skills. In any case, he was 2 levels higher than Xiaoyang in terms of cultivation. He immediately activated his cultivation and used his powerful cultivation to suppress Xiaoyang's attack, easily dissolving it. Now I'll let you see my power. After Lu Xiaochong cracked Xiaoyang's 2 martial skills, he roared and said, "One blade flow." In an instant, Lu Xiaochong's palm stimulated a fierce and overbearing blade qi. When the blade qi just left his hand, it was only about 10 feet in size. But as the blade qi approached Xiaoyang, it could be seen that the blade qi was constantly skyrocketing. When it was about 10 feet away from Xiaoyang, the blade qi skyrocketed to more than 10 feet, as if it was going to split the entire high platform. Xiaoyang smacked his lips and did not hesitate to take out the magic weapons given to him by Zhan Ruxue and the others. He activated all of them to firmly defend himself. These magic weapons buzzed and flowed with light. They flew into the air and lingered around Xiaoyang, forming a layer of defense. After that, Xiaoyang also pretended to be shocked and frightened. He cast a defensive light shield and used his body movement to quickly escape. Clang, boom. A series of collision and explosion sounds came out. Under Lu Xiaocheng's one blade, flow martial skill. Several magic weapons of Xiaoyang were blasted to the ground and turned into scrap. In addition, a small amount of blade qi was directed at Xiaoyang. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had amazing body movement and dodged flexibly, coupled with the defensive light shield on his body to resist the damage. He was lucky to survive. Flying Wolf, come out. After Xiaoyang steadied himself, he immediately summoned the Flying Wolf. This Flying Wolf was only at the 5th level of Martial Master. Xiaoyang glanced at the Flying Wolf and hesitated for a moment. His eyes also rolled. In the end, he was speechless and said, "I think let's forget it. Flying Wolf, let's admit defeat." Lu Xiaocheng laughed and looked at Xiaoyang from a distance of more than 10 steps. He mocked and ridiculed. Surnamed by, "You've only just started and you're already at the end of your rope? It's really disappointing. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. You even summon this pet beast that is obviously weaker than you. Let's see how you'll block my one blade flow this time." Lu Xiaocheng sneered complacently and then used one blade flow for the second time. Xiaoyang didn't even think about it. He hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat. Flying Wolf, let's retreat." He jumped off the stage with the Flying Wolf. As for pride and dignity, it was not something he could eat. He did not care about it. Besides, he was only using the identity of Bai Xiaochun, not his real identity. Seeing Xiaoyang admit defeat so easily and escape from the high platform, Lu Xiaocheng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It was like a person who had accumulated his strength to the extreme and was ready to attack, but the opponent was gone. Then he had to hold it in. It was very uncomfortable. However, Xiaoyang had already left the high platform. He couldn't rush down after him. "You have guts. You can even do such a shameful thing." Lu Xiaocheng was flustered and exasperated. He could only stomp his feet and curse at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't care. He snorted and said, "Do you know what it means to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages? Do you want to die even if you can't win? Do you have any common sense? Flying Wolf, don't you think so? We're just trying to take advantage of others. If there's no advantage, of course we'll run." Xiaoyang said to the Flying Wolf with conviction. The Flying Wolf really nodded in agreement. This made Xiaoyang extremely happy. One man and one beast walked in front of Jean Rushue and the others. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and said, "Brother Jean, brothers, I've embarrassed you." Although it didn't matter if he lost face, if it affected the reputation of Jean Rushue and the others, it would be a little embarrassing. "Brother Bai, what are you saying? We also like your personality. When you encounter danger in the wild and carry out missions, you'll naturally run. Those who want to save face will be finished." Chapter 701. It's good to see that you're fine. As for waiting, I've been here for so many years. Why would I be afraid of waiting a little longer? Don't worry. Safety is the most important thing. Ling Long comforted Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang also breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Disciple is fully prepared. Currently, there are only 2 materials left. When Disciple obtains these 2 materials, it will be time to leave with Mistress." He was being honest. After all, Mistress was not an outsider. Ling Long frowned and asked softly, "I don't know what materials they are. Mistress, can you see if you have any?" Xiaoyang immediately hesitated. He did not come here to ask for benefits. He just wanted to briefly explain the plan so that Ling Long could be mentally prepared and at the same time give her hope. "Disciple will get them myself. Mistress, don't worry." He hurriedly refused Ling Long's kindness. Thinking about how Mistress Ling Long had lived a hard and poor life in Phoenix Prison for many years, what materials could she possibly bring out? It was better not to embarrass Mistress, let alone make things difficult for her. Unexpectedly, Ling Long seemed to have seen through Xiaoyang's thoughts. She smiled softly and said, "Mistress's storage ring is here. There are many good things in it. Take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, She stretched out her slender hand and touched Xiao Yang's forehead. Then, Xiao Yang saw that the storage ring contained countless cultivation methods, martial arts skills, elixirs, talismans, magic treasures, and many materials for refining elixirs and weapons. Among them, there was a sensing talisman. Phew! Seeing this, Xiao Yang suddenly became excited. His eyes widened, he hurriedly took a deep breath and said excitedly, "Yes, that's the sensing talisman. That's great. With this thing, I only need one more material." He withdrew his divine sense from the storage ring. Ling Long withdrew her finger and chuckled. She took out a sensor talisman from her storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yang. She had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yang. When he searched her storage ring, it was under her guidance that Xiao Yang was able to check her storage ring. However, Xiao Yang turned a blind eye to the other treasures and was not interested in them. This meant that Xiao Yang was not taking the opportunity to extort her, nor was he asking for benefits. Xiao Yang really needed the materials. It seemed like her husband had found a good person. Exquisite could not help but sigh emotionally. The more she looked at Xiao Yang, the more satisfied she felt. Xiao Yang unceremoniously took the sensor talisman from Ling Long's hand and then hurriedly put it away, treating it as his own treasure. He was more nervous than anyone else and cherished it more than Ling Long. After all, this was the lifeblood of him and Ling Long, Master's wife. Don't worry. This disciple will definitely not disappoint you. In his excitement, Xiao Yang hurriedly expressed his stance to Ling Long. This matter was almost 90% complete, and the only thing missing was the positioning stone. This time's competition was really exciting. Unfortunately, we all failed. Isn't that so? We didn't have the luck of the little monkey and Baldy Fong. They all became outer disciples like this. There is no justice in this world. Comparisons are odious. Fate is just too mysterious. On a small path not far away, a few female servants from the laundry court were talking. They were all lamenting about the competition. Xiao Yang knew that he could not delay any longer to avoid being found out. He immediately bowed to Ling Long and said, "Master's wife, this disciple will go first." After saying that, Xiao Yang activated the formation. Under the power of the formation, his body instantly disappeared from where he stood. Ling Long, what are you doing here? The clothes haven't been washed yet? Why are you dilly-dallying like this? The female handyman of the laundry garden directly shouted and scolded Ling Long. This kind of bullying and scolding had happened many years ago. Ling Long was tactful and did not refute. She just lowered her head and looked like she was admitting her mistake. Then she picked up the clothes and the basin and began to leave. If it were not for Ling Long's forbearance, these servants from the laundry court would have been crushed to death by Ling Long's finger. She still remembered that 3 female servants were hurt some time ago. Thinking about it, she felt it was funny. She knew that it was Xiao Yang who did it. He was avenging her. I'll endure it for a while, so as not to ruin this disciple's plan, Ling Long calmly thought. Xiao Yang had already returned to the cleaner's office. "Oh, isn't this senior brother Bai? You are already an outer disciple. Why are you still in this place?" Several servants from the laundry court asked Xiao Yang. They were somewhat excited and had a fawning expression on their faces. After all, Xiao Yang's identity was different. Once he took care of them, they would be able to live a better life. "It's you, senior brothers. I just came back to see you and pack some luggage. I've been on duty here for a long time and I have some feelings for you." Xiao Yang found a few excuses. Although it was all fake, it made the cleaners very excited and moved. Because they all knew that this was the result of Xiao Yang being modest and polite, they admired Xiao Yang even more. After a few polite words with them, Xiao Yang simply packed up and then left Qiu Fenghuang. Walking on the servants' mountain, he saw a little monkey looking around, as if he was waiting or looking for something. When little monkey saw Xiao Yang, he was immediately elated. He was very happy and said, "Senior brother Bai, here, I was looking for you." This made Xiao Yang a little confused. They just ate and drank together not long ago. What was he looking for now? Logically speaking, after becoming an outer disciple, they basically went their separate ways. Why was he looking for him? Senior brother, why are you looking for me? Xiao Yang asked Little Monkey. Although Little Monkey was not as good as Xiao Yang in all aspects, Xiao Yang was not arrogant. Arrogance would make people jealous. Brother Bai, it's like this. Senior brother Zhang and I have thought about it and want to join the outer sect with you. I hope brother Bai can help us. Let's go. I'll take you to senior brother Zhang. Little Monkey hurriedly explained. Whether it was him or Supervisor Zhang, they could see that Xiao Yang knew many outer disciples. If they were lucky enough to be with Xiao Yang, they would definitely be taken care of. For example, Zhan Ruxue and the other outer sect senior brothers were very good. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and immediately understood what they meant. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then let's go to senior brother Zhang first." He didn't agree to it immediately. It was naturally not a problem for these two guys to join the outer sect palace. However, if they wanted to enter Zhan Rushua's circle, it would be a little difficult. Xiao Yang could not make a decision without permission. When they arrived at the servants' department, they saw Supervisor Zhang reprimanding the servants. Among them were Big Thief Lu and Little Thief Lu. Because Little Thief Lu had given way during the competition, Supervisor Zhang remembered his kindness and didn't blame him too much. Instead, it was Big Thief Lu who was scolded so badly that he couldn't even raise his head. His face was red and his eyes were wet.